All righty, good afternoon, folks. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. We were waiting for a few of our colleagues and our inspirational reader today, but when she gets here, we'll go ahead and go back to that. I believe right now Dr. Rodriguez is asking one of our outstanding Arroyo Valley High School students, and what is his name? Christopher Aragon, welcome. You're going to lead us tonight in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, sir. Let's all go ahead and stand.
Everybody could face the flag. Sorry. And ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may now be seated.
Thank you, Christopher. Always a pleasure when our students lead us in the pledge, so we really appreciate it. All righty, we will move on to 1.3, and I should just say welcome to everybody before we even get to that, right? And happy April. It looks like spring is finally here. Thank goodness. We definitely needed the rain, and we have plenty of rain now and plenty of water. I think I read that like 95% of our reservoirs are now filled to capacity in 1 year, which is pretty nice because we've been in drought season for seems like forever. So thank God for the rain, but I appreciate the sunlight too, and hopefully it's here to stay for a while. All right, now we'll move on to 1.3, approve of the agenda.
Moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Ms. Alexander. Any discussion or items to be pulled on the agenda? All right, hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. All right, approval of the agenda carries. Let's go ahead and, since I know Mr. Biles is just a few minutes away, we'll move on to 2.2, which is resolution and recognition of Administrative Professionals Week and Day. And I just want to say thank you to all of our administrative professionals and secretaries and assistants that had a phenomenal professional development this past week on Friday during their spring break. So a lot of them came in. It was a great day of training and celebration. So great job on Friday. 2.2. Oh, wow. Let me see who's going to read this one. Oh, and it's Ms. Chahusky. We'll go ahead and have you read the resolution. I hear you volunteering over there, so good job.
Whereas Administrative Professionals Week, originally known as National Secretaries Week, has been celebrated the last full week in April since 1955. And whereas Administrative Professionals Day is celebrated annually on the Wednesday of Administrative Professionals Week. Whereas workplaces across the country recognize the important contributions of administrative professionals and the essential roles they play in coordinating the office operations of educational institutions and other organizations. And whereas the work of the administrative professionals requires advanced knowledge and expertise in a wide range of areas, including communications, computer software, office technology, project management, organization, customer service, and other vital office management responsibility, therefore be it resolved, the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District hereby recognizes April 23 through 29, 2023 as Administrative Professionals Week and April 26, 2023 as Administrative Professionals Day, and encourages administrators throughout the district to recognize the hard work, dedication, and important contributions administrative professionals make each and every day to support the education of our students.
So moved.
Second.
It was moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Ms. Rosales Medina. Any discussion or comments? Very good. Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote on the resolution. All right, motion carries for the resolution. And please, folks out there, remember April 26th this month for all our administrative assistants. I know I couldn't do it without them. They're absolutely amazing and definitely the backbone of my office, so we appreciate you. We will move back over now to 1.4, inspirational message by Board Member Ceballos. Welcome, Ms. Ceballos.
Thank you so much, President Scott Wyatt, and I do completely apologize for arriving a little late. I work actually up the hill, and so that drive always kills me. Anyway, so today I'm going to read a little something, and it's titled Potential of the Day, or Potential of Today. You've put much effort and experience towards getting to this day. Make the way you live it worth all the trouble. Today is an opportunity created for you by all those who come before you and supported by those who now surround you. Make something good and useful and lasting out of the opportunity. The future begins today for everyone you care about, for everyone who impacts your life and for you. Live the moments of this day so as to create value that endures into the future. You have your challenges, and the world has its problems. But those are not reasons to sell yourself short. On the contrary, they're good reasons to work for positive results every chance you get. So much has gone into where you are and what you can do. This is when you can create real and significant value from it. The great potential of today is only here for a short while. So act on it now. Thank you. And that's by Ralph Martin.
Well, thank you, Ms. Ceballos. And definitely today is an important day as well as every day. And our next item on the agenda is definitely going to validate that as we see an amazing presentation in Day to Day by 3 of our schools. And we will be starting on 2.1, our school showcase. And our first school up right now is Hillside University Demonstration School. So Hillside, welcome. I'm going to be a little biased here and say go Hillside because both my kids went to Hillside in the dual immersion program, so I remember it vividly. Great program, great school. Welcome. Woo, woo.
There's a button. There's a button.
We're getting there.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
All right. Sorry, I've been a little under the weather, but I'm all right. All right. Hello, President Wyatt, Vice President Tillman, Board and Cabinet. I am Mrs. Archuleta, and it is my honor and privilege to showcase tonight Hillside University Demonstration School. So I have this script right here to keep me on task because, to be honest with you, I could speak forever about this amazing school. As you can see from behind me, I didn't want to make this about the principal's presentation. I wanted to showcase who we are. And what better way to showcase our school than for you to see who we are. So will my staff please stand, and will you please give them a hand? And my scholars, and my scholars. That's Hillside right there. Thank you. And my parents, they're hiding back there too. Stand up, my parents, stand up. There you go. So I asked my teachers, staff, and some of my scholars and parents to come tonight because I wanted you to see in person who we represent as our Hillside family. Our motto at Hillside is from the African proverb, "It takes a village to raise a child." Our incredible village includes support staff, custodians, rec aides, counselor, teachers, office staff, instructional aides, and student interns, who all together, we take that very serious and we take that to heart. We are about doing what's best for our scholars. Speaking of scholars, I have invited 2 of them to come and talk and tell you a little bit about Hillside. And I know that's usually a middle school and high school thing, but Hillside's a little unique. So I would like to please introduce Mr. Andy Lucio, who's here with his parent, and his primary language is English. He's a 3rd grader who is in our Spanish enrichment program, and he is here to tell you a little bit about that program. So Andy Lucio, come on up.
Hola, yo me llamo Andy Lucio. I proudly attend Hillside Elementary. I am lucky enough to be in Miss Perez's 3rd grade class. I wanted to share about our Spanish enrichment program. It is a kinder through 5th grade program, and even though I am just starting out this year, like my mom always says, poquito a poquito, I am learning. I hope to learn mucho más. When I grow up, I dream of being a pilot, and I know that with the help of my village here at Hillside, si se puede. Thank you, Miss Lauer, Miss Moran, and Miss Perez for being a part of my village. Go Roadrunners. Thank you for your time.
Muy bien. Good job, baby. Thank you. That's bravery. Next, we have a 6th grader, Aaliyah White, who is here with her parents and has been at Hillside since preschool. She is going to tell you a little bit about Hillside and introduce to you our video. Miss Aaliyah White, please give her a hand.
Good evening. My name is Aaliyah White, and I am a 6th grader at Hillside Elementary. I have been a Hillside scholar since preschool. Hillside is special to me because I love how they give everyone a chance to show how they are and who they are. Because once you step foot on campus, you're a roadrunner. By being a roadrunner, it has helped me on my journey to...
You want me to finish? You got it. You got this, baby. Your journey to Harvard. You got it.
It has helped me on my journey to Harvard. By being a roadrunner has helped me both and my peers be comfortable in our skin. I can talk about the different activities we do, but it will be easier if I showed you a little bit of what we can do. I present to you a short video that highlights who we are.
Hillside is
high achieving, collaborative,
growth mindset,
creative,
rigorous,
innovative,
lifelong learners,
successful, family, we are Hillside.
So I hope you enjoyed the video. And are the scholars just amazing? So, our goal in the video was to capture for you and highlight our academic focus at Hillside, as well as all the many activities that take place throughout the year. And my program facilitator, Sarah Flores, did a great job of capturing every teacher teaching, as well as highlighting our support staff and the activities that have taken place so far this year. Now it's my job to go ahead and share with you some of the highlights and just to tell you a little bit more about who we are in our next few minutes. So let me stick to my script. I'm often asked by principals and other educators, how does Hillside do it? How are you so high achieving? Well, as the video stated, we maintain high expectations, not only for our scholars, but for ourselves. Teacher collective efficacy is at highest at Hillside. Our teachers collaborate, share ideas, and grade level plan together regularly. Our teachers are top notch. As John Hattie's research has found, teacher collective efficacy has some of the highest effects on student achievement. The evidence is there in our results. For the 21-22 school year, our state CASP ELA scores, despite returning after a year long of distance learning, during a major pandemic, our scores were 69.97, so about 70% met and exceeded on the CASP ELA scores. When you look at our data and you examine our claims, our highest claim was in the area of writing. In fact, writing is one of our main focuses at Hillside. We integrate reading and writing into everything we do. If you walk through our classrooms, you will see teachers using thinking maps to help students make connections to their learning, anchor charts as visual aids, teachers modeling, technology, scholars collaborating, using think, pair, share, buddy reading, race, and close reading strategies, just to name a few. In the area of math, we scored 46.94%, met and exceeded, so about 47%, our highest claim in the area of concepts and procedures. This year, we have been focusing on number talks with the help of our elementary instruction program specialist, Joelle Crockett. With this strategy, scholars are learning to talk about numbers using quick 10-minute mini lessons through visuals and mental math to help see patterns in numbers, problem solve, and calculate quickly. In addition to our high academic expectations, we believe in our scholars. I'm going to say that again. We believe in our scholars. Through connecting with them, by building relationships, through goal setting, our scholars set goals all the time. Positive PBIS rewards. We've introduced FOMO activities this year to get scholars excited about coming to school. Attendance has been a challenge, but we are working hard. We generally care for the individual child. In fact, I have data chats 3 to 4 times a year where I meet with every single teacher, all 29 teachers, and we speak about every single scholar, their strengths, their needs, and next steps. Finally, I want to highlight our state-of-the-art Enrichment Academy that services over 150 scholars Tuesday through Friday, every week, during conferences and all, minimum days and everything, and specific groups on Mondays during our protected universal access blocks. Scholars work in small groups based on their data and academic needs during this time. Scholars read books at their level and work on skills to fill gaps and build comprehension and writing skills, while the same is happening in the classrooms with the teachers during that time as well. The lab is overseen by Dr. Kelly Inslee, who constantly reviews data, meets with scholars, talks to parents, and trains the support staff working with those groups. We have several district visitors throughout the year who visit our labs and visit our classrooms throughout the year to see the spectacular work happening at Hillside. So I hope I was able to give you a little glimpse of our incredible Hillside family and our village. It truly is a very special place where every adult on campus strives to do what's best for scholars and live out our motto, it takes a village. I'm not going to cry, but I am blessed to work alongside such talented and dedicated group of educators and support staff, parents and scholars, and with our scholars that make our job worth coming to every single day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Archuleta. And looks like we have a question or comment from Vice President Tillman.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Great job. Thank you for all the support staff that came out. It says a lot about the organization, and for the parents and the students that are here. And for the two presenters, you did a good job. Young man, I liked your Spanish that you added. Speak a lot better Spanish than I do. And young lady, you did a great job. And when you cry, it's because you had that passion in you and you meant it. And so that was also appreciated. Thank you both. You did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Ms. Chahusky.
Good evening, and thank you very much, Ms. Archuleta. I also wanted to give kudos to your two students, to Andy and Aaliyah. Andy, I have no doubt that you are going to become a pilot, and Aaliyah, you got me, girl, because I'm the same way. I like get so caught up, and the tears come, and sometimes people don't know, are you upset? Are you sad? Are you whatever? And I'm like, no, I'm just feeling myself. So you keep on, because that's what's going to get you to Harvard. You just got to keep that focus, and I look forward to seeing you graduate from Harvard and come back and tell all of us about your travels. So both of you, kudos to both of you. Ms. Archuleta, I've had the honor to be on your campus a couple of times, and I know how dedicated you and your staff are, and the great work that you do. So I do have a question, though, but because it's something that I know we've all been struggling with, and I don't know if you may not be able to answer it today, so I apologize if that is, but the one thing that you mentioned, that there was a need, and all the things that you talked about, to me, I heard one need, and that was around our students struggling with absenteeism. And so I was just wondering, is there something that we as a board could do, or that could help, or that you're seeing something that's a common thread that we might be able to do to help support our scholars, attend school more regularly? And I know that's
heavy.
I know.
When I think about as a board, I mean, I just think keep supporting us like you're doing. And I think that, the FOMO activities have actually been a great addition that we've added. So thank you for the suggestion to the district office, and, just keep supporting us. I mean, our scholars have persevered through so much, and our families and our teachers and our staff. So just continue to support us. That's all I can say, to be honest with you.
Thanks. I know we're doing quite a bit, and I thank Dr. Bikendova and the rest of you're over here. You're over there today.
Yeah.
Dr. Rodriguez staff. But I was just I heard that in need in that.
Sure.
And I know we've all been through a tough few years. So if there was something that you thought that we could do to even do more,
if I think of it, I'll let
please
you know.
do. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt.
Thank you, Ms. Chahusky. Ms. Biles.
Really quickly, I just want to say thank you as well for coming before us. And Andy, you're going to be a bilingual pilot, not just a pilot. And Aaliyah, tears are not a weakness. Crying is not a weakness. So don't ever feel embarrassed to show your emotions. And I just want to also, my son also went to Hillside as well, and he was a handful, I'm sure, to all you, but I am thankful. I remember that when he was there, I didn't really, as a parent at the time, I didn't really know about CASP and CASP testing and what that all meant. But as he continued to move up in grades, and he eventually moved to middle school and high school, my son Abel was meeting and exceeding since third grade up until he left, and that's the only time he's ever met and exceeded. Unfortunately, that trend has not continued to be the case in middle school and high school. But I just wanted to say that as well. He did. So when I learned, and then I started to look back, he was where he was supposed to be academically. Social emotionally, it was another thing. But so yeah, I want to say, thank you. Keep doing what you're doing, because you've been doing it for a long time, and it's showing. And I think now that he's older and in high school, those foundation skills and that foundational education has really, and it's going to continue to help him and serve him well as he continues to grow. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Ms. Alexander.
Letta, thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you to your staff that came out and your students, and a special shout out to Andy and Aaliyah. Thank you for your presentations. You both did a great job, and just keep doing what you're doing. I know you both will excel and achieve your goals. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Ms. Grande.
Oh, my name?
Grande.
Oh, yes,
sorry.
I forget that's me. Again, I also piggyback on what my colleagues have said is just, you're amazing. You're a very inspirational woman. I'm so glad that you're the leader of other leaders, obviously, and the love and the passion and the loyalty just all, you make you just great. And I do take pride that my both of my grandsons and my daughter attended Hillside during the time when they were partnered with California State University, and they had the Nutcracker there every year. And that was a long-standing tradition, and they also used to have dances there. I don't know, it was back in the day of Alvina Pollock. I don't know if anyone remembers those old days. But it's no surprise to me that it's just still going on and on and on, and I salute you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank
It's them. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank
I
you, Ms.
salute all of
Grande.
you.
I'm sorry. All right. Anyone else? I mean, that's Mr. Osmondina.
Might as well. The thing is that I didn't want to repeat everything what everybody was saying, but the reality is you and the site are doing great things for our students, and you're setting the example that, you know, people automatically assume San Bernardino is not the place to be successful, and you're proving them and you're proving all those naysayers wrong, and I appreciate that, and so thank you. And to the students as well, you know, we are extremely proud, and I know many of your friends are also equally as talented and bright, so thank you so much for presenting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina, and definitely thank you, Ms. Archuleta, to you and your team, our students. I see the passion in you, and I like to say that my children now, when I hear their Spanish, I'm just like, wow, it's amazing. I remember the first time they were having a conversation in the back of my truck, and I was joking with my wife. I said, whose kids are those back there? Because they're not ours, you know. And I was like, it was just phenomenal to hear them speak. And now even like when they're on the computer, they're having conversation with folks in different parts of the world, which is amazing. Speaking Spanish and just clear Spanish, it's like, wow, absolutely amazing. And so I whispered to Dr. Rodriguez over here, I said, you know what, the foundation, as we heard, was set for my kids at Hillside, and they're killing it now in college, right? My daughter's getting ready to graduate. My son's doing outstanding. And so right here in San Bernardino, as I tell people, and I'll put our kids up against anyone, anytime, any place. So great job to you and your team. Parents, thank you for being here as well. Students, amazing. Just know we love you, and we're very, very proud of you. Thank you again.
Thank you. And thank you again for my teachers, for all you do, and my support staff. Thank you guys for being here. Couldn't do it without you. You guys rock. And then, you know, Hillside, we say Hillside. Ready? Hillside? That's right. Thank you.
I'll tell you, like Mr. Biles' little reading today is a special day. Feels great when we hear from our kids and our staff and our families. So, all right, up next, Golden Valley Middle School. So welcome, Golden Valley. All right. Welcome, Principal Diaz.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Board of Education President Dr. Scott Wyatt, Vice President Danny Tillman, esteemed board members and cabinet. It is my pleasure to be with you here today. What we would like to highlight today is the work that we've been doing at Golden Valley, particularly in developing that continuity, the continuity of instruction. In particular, what we'd like to focus on are the components of teacher clarity. We began our work during distance learning, and since returning from distance learning, we've been committed to 3 components, and those components are learning intentions, success criteria, and also learning maps. What we've decided to focus on our campus has been based on Hattie's research. We know that teacher continuity, teacher clarity has had the highest potential for student achievement, and those are the things that we'd like to focus on today. What we believe on our campus is that planning instruction and organized instruction that is intentional has that potential to accelerate learning. When we have clear learning expectations, our students can better plan, they can better predict, they can better goal set, and they have a stronger sense of how they can be accountable for their own understanding and their own progress. That is the work that we'd like to highlight for you today. Our goal is to make learning visible for all students by having clear intentions about what students are going to learn, about how they are going to learn that, and about understanding how they are going to be successful. So what we've done is we've created a video to highlight the work that our staff is doing in the classroom, in their voice, and as well as with student voice. So we'd like to show you that today.
Hi, my name is Carla Hernandez. I am the 6th grade math teacher here at Golden Valley Middle School, as well as a demonstration teacher and academic coach on campus. During distance learning, we began a focus on teacher clarity. We began working to create learning intentions and success criteria through backwards planning. As of recent, we have begun creating learning maps to showcase the learning progression for our students and to help with our teaching. What you're about to see is our work put into action. You will see students and teachers interacting with teacher clarity on a practical and daily basis.
We're going to go over our learning intention before we begin so that we can have a good reminder of our angles. First of all, we're all timer down? Thank you. Can I have somebody please read our learning intention out loud? Go ahead, Abel.
I will be able to identify different types of angles and calculate the range of angles.
Let's go over our different types of angles. Give me the symbol for a right angle. Give me the symbol for a straight angle. Vertical angle. Adjacent angle. And what do we know about 90 degrees? How many degrees is that?
90.
How many degrees is a straight angle?
20.
So those are the types of angles we're going to look for first. Vertical, right, and straight, and then we can calculate it from there. The first 6 questions will just be the first part, identifying, and then the next 6 questions will be measuring, okay?
So again, we're talking about what the country does to limit what African Americans can and cannot do in this country, all right? So we're focusing on this. And the why we're doing it is to comprehend or understand the reasons for the inconsistency of the application of law. And all of this is leading to different court cases that deal with African Americans and their freedom when it comes to this time period, okay? So that's what I need you to know. Remember, we have gone through all of the success criteria, but we're coming back to these 2 again. We're especially going to be focusing on the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850.
So today you are going to self-reflect on those 3 learning targets. So you're going to go to your learning target 1, and you are going to self-reflect on how you feel you're going to do on this assessment. So go ahead and go to your self-assessment, because some of you have already started. I want the rest of you to self-reflect on each success criteria. Do you know translations? Is that a 5, a 4, a 3, 2, or 1? And you're going to do that for all 3 learning targets. Where did you place yourself? How do you feel like, how prepared are you for them based on your success criteria? Logan?
So I feel mostly strong on explaining and knowing the rotation, what it means. I chose 5 on it, and then 4 for everything because I can understand it, but I couldn't explain it to where someone can understand it themselves.
Okay, that's really good. So Logan here, he feels like he knows what the rotation means. He can perform it, he can do the exercise, but he's not quite a 5 yet. He can't really explain it to someone else. So maybe with a little more practice, we can get you there. Thank you.
So we are wrapping up us talking about DNA with the learning intention. I am learning how DNA is structured. And that's going to hit all those success criteria. I can correctly identify mutation vocabulary. I can explain how mutations are expressed in a DNA sequence. Meaning, if you look at a DNA sequence, can you tell where the change is happening? Okay, so for example B, what happened? Again, that's the success criteria. I can explain where it's expressed.
As far as the learning target goes, which learning target have we started? Number 3. And what's the name of it? Surface area, right? So we are almost done with our whole unit. So let's talk about what we're learning today and then why we're learning it. Gavin, just because I'm staring at you first, what are we learning today?
I'm learning to find surface area of nets and prisms to compose of quadrilaterals and triangles.
Good. Somebody show me what compose means. What does compose mean? Show me. Put together. What does decompose mean? Show me. Take apart. Excellent. Thank you so much, Gavin. I appreciate it. Naya, why are we learning this?
To apply my knowledge of finding the area of quadrilaterals and triangles.
Excellent. So we learned area. Now we're going to apply it to something that has to do with 3D physics. Excellent job. I appreciate it. You can go ahead and sit down. Eden, tell me one thing. If we learn, then I know I'm going to be able to do this or know this. Know what a net is. And that's something that we've just started working on. It's the beginning of this learning target. So we will go a little bit more into it, but don't forget it's always on our word wall over there. So when we are all done with this stuff and we begin to self-assess, we should be able to know all of that, right? All of it in order to be successful. And don't forget that learning target back there. Don't forget that is our level 4 question on our summative. All right. Let's give these guys a clap. You ready? 1, 2, 3. Excellent. All right. Go ahead and sit down.
Okay. So one of the things that we've done is, as you can see from the video, there's a lot of dense content in standards. There's a lot of information that needs to be unpacked. And what you don't necessarily have to have a math background or a history background to go into a classroom and really understand what needs to be learned. And what we've decided to do collectively on our campus is to focus on those influences that really impact learning. There's a lot of things that occur in a classroom, some of them that are well-intended, but may not have that effect size for learning. And what we've collectively decided to do on a campus is, we know that there's this narrative of learning loss from the pandemic. What we've chosen to do is to focus on those things that we can control. And the things that we can control are how we're going to make the learning clear for students about what they are going to learn, how they're going to learn it, and most importantly for students about how they can be successful. So when anybody walks into one of our classrooms, we want to be able to see that there are resources in the classroom that can identify those things for students. And it's what we've decided to work on our campus. I'd like to commend our entire Golden Valley community, our students, our parents, our staff, incomparable staff that has chosen to focus on those things that we can control, and absolutely my awesome administration team that is here with me today. We understand that narrative is there and it's been hard to shake, but what we have chosen to do is to focus on those things that have the greatest impact on learning, which is what we wanted to present today.
All right, Principal Diaz, thank you so much. Any lights here? Oh, Ms. Rosales Medina. Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina.
I wrote a couple of things as I was looking at the presentation. One was driven by data, and I wrote the word understanding, and I think that's what I got. What our students need is, as you're learning, you get so much information that sometimes it doesn't really grab. You don't really grab it. And so I think it's extremely important, and you were able to show how important it is to understand what you're learning. And so I do thank you for bringing the presentation. It was really informative. And seeing the teachers themselves and the fact that they're bringing, history, true history, and they're having students articulate it. I mean, I'm really excited. So thank you so much for bringing the presentation, and I expect great things from Golden Valley Middle School.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Ms. Chahusky.
Thank you very much. As a proud Golden Valley Knight, some of my best years were my years at Golden Valley. In fact, I used to live across the street. My dad taught at Golden Valley, so I have really deep ties and appreciation for the school. So thank you very much for being here in your presentation. I appreciate teacher clarity. I know as a teacher, that was really helpful when I understood what it was that I was supposed to be doing. It's the best way for us to be able to translate if we really understand, vertically and horizontally where we're supposed to be. My question is about, because that's one part of the equation. The other part of the equation is the student engagement. So is this, because I'm not familiar with this platform, so
Correct.
how does the teacher clarity, like that's kind of on the front end of it, but then how do we bring the engagement in? Because we saw a lot of the teacher work, but I didn't see as much in the video, at least, of the student response. I know they fill out their little journals, but
Correct.
or response.
No, just to speak a little bit about that, what we want to do is we want to make sure that we isolate what exactly is that students will learn. And so our teachers spend a lot of time backwards planning. They look at the standards, they unpack, and they create a unit of what's going to be presented. And within those units, they are creating the lesson plans that are taking place in the classroom. And these change on a daily basis. And so what we focused on is identifying what students will learn, but then creating those learning experiences that truly engage the student. So making sure that it is not necessarily task oriented, but it is something that has that is something that is within the development of learning and how students learn. And we would like to engage them in those strategies. And what we saw over the last year in returning from the pandemic is we did see some of the largest growth in our ELA and math. And we are excited about the growth. Of course, we want to continue to keep growing, and that's what our intention is moving forward.
Thank you. And go Knights.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Husky. Ms. Ceballos?
A couple of things as well. I don't really have any questions, but I wanted to also thank you for coming out and, kind of going along with what Ms. Chahusky had mentioned. It's okay for schools to be at different areas of like growth and development. And for me personally, I'm excited to see that there's intentionality that's happening. Not to say that it wasn't before or anything, but that's what I was able to observe, that there's actually, you guys are putting in the work as a team, as a site, to kind of like really hone in and focus on, okay, let's bring clarity to the teachers. If there's any ambiguity, that gets passed down to the students. If the teachers are not clear of like what is expected or what are we supposed to be exactly focusing on, that translates to the students. And then, that's where the anxiety, tends to come in and things like that. So that's one thing that I wanted to point out that I appreciate. And then also, it's hard to bring sometimes, although we love seeing students up here, sometimes it's also nice to get a glimpse of what the classrooms look like. So I also appreciate, you bringing us, and not just us, but also the viewers and the parents and whoever's watching kind of like into the classroom, because we don't often get to see that. So I really appreciated that as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Ms. Alexander?
We would also like to commend you. I appreciate you sharing just your learning success criteria and focusing on intentionality, as Myra mentioned as well. The very fact that you can tie in the information, the curriculum, but then be able to connect it to practical knowledge really helps students, especially when you have different skill sets in the classroom. So, and then being able to get that visualization of the different subjects that your teachers were focusing on and their interest and their intention and their engagement related to the subjects that they were sharing. I appreciated that. So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Ms. Grande?
I was always one of those that didn't get math. I really, really didn't. I went on and got a GED in the beginning. Years later, I did go back and finish my my high school diploma. But when I went to college, I had to have remedial math. I had remedial math at community college. Then at my four-year university, I also had a remedial math. So I went all through my college career. I was given my, go ahead to graduate, but I still had to pass a math class the quarter after I graduated to get my transcripts. And I went to San Bernardino Valley College for a wonderful math teacher, and we all sat up there, and he looked up at us and he said, I want every single one of you to realize something, that you're here because you made up your mind a long time ago that you were no good at math. You have been math abused. And so it just thrilled me to see that the checking for understanding was constant. It's almost like an invisible feeling in the room where you can tell, and they weren't afraid or ashamed or hesitant to tell where they were on those thinking maps. So I really commend you. You're you've done wonderful things for children. Thank you
for that. I was a math teacher for 10 years, and so I understand. There isn't anybody that does not want to learn. Everybody wants to learn and understand.
Thank you.
And so it's just a matter of what we can do to make that clear for somebody. And when that light bulb turns on, you see that those students really shine in the class. And so really that is what our intention is to take standards, break them apart, present dense information, work that students need to learn, but present it in a way that we can turn that light bulb on. And it's really what our attempts are on our campus. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity to highlight that.
You did that. You did that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grande. Ms. Diaz, thank you. There's not much more I could say that my colleagues haven't said. I like the structure of it all. I think about when I was in the classroom, because students need to learn that structure. They need to learn discipline of learning as well. And we give them that structure itself, and our teachers apply that. And it's pretty amazing. Again, had a little sidebar with Dr. Rodriguez. I just love this program, and that it's research-based as well. So great job to you and your staff. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, moving on. We are going to the high school level now, so welcome Arroyo Valley. Ms. Valenzuela, good to see you and your team.
Thank you. First, I want to thank all the students for being here, all the scholars for being here, my staff as well. So good evening, school board members, school board member President Dr. Wyatt, Mr. Vice President Tillman, members of the board and executive cabinet. Thank you for the opportunity to share the amazing things happening at Arroyo Valley High School. I am Bernardo Valenzuela, and I am honored and privileged to be the principal at Arroyo Valley High School since 2017. With me tonight is my administrative team. I have Mr. Dr. Ray Gallardo, Mr. Steve Reiser, Ms. Christy Castro, and Mr. Jordan Hope. Okay. Over the past 5.5 years, we have seen our campus grow. We're over 2,700 right now. We have the largest English learner and special education population in the district. We have been recognized and locally and nationally for our PBIS initiatives, college and career readiness, outstanding ASB programs, our IB, NYP, AP programs. We have a wonderful and highly trained staff that continues to lead the way in innovative classroom instruction. We always look for ways to collaborate with our district and community partners, knowing that the work is never done and that we will always strive to live up to our school motto, above all the rest, excuse me. Tonight, I am honored to share with you our college career academies, which were recently recognized by schools.org as a national model CTE high school. And I will also now I'm going to introduce Mr. Dimitri Karnopoulos. He is our Link Learning Program Specialist. He's going to come up right now and kind of talk about our academies. Mr. Karnopoulos, give him a hand. Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Valenzuela. And thank you all for giving me the opportunity to share some of the great things that are happening at Arroyo Valley High School. I have had the honor to witness the development and growth of our 7 college and career linked learning academies. With 3 gold certified, 2 silver certified, and we have 2 silver candidates. We have led the way in certification here in the district, but we aren't stopping there. our Educators for Tomorrow Academy, otherwise known as our Teaching Academy, are applying for gold certification this spring. We currently have 4 courses on campus articulated with San Bernardino Valley College and Chaffey College, and are projecting over 250 students earning college credit this school year. That also does not include the number of students that will receive college credit through dual enrollment through Valley Now and Cal State San Bernardino, and college credit through our IB and AP exams being taken next month. When it comes to internships, as we speak, we have 144 students participating in a pre-apprenticeship program through the North American Builders Trade Union. We have 13 students in paid internships with the East Valley Water District, and 63 students are interning as student teachers through our Educators for Tomorrow Academy. We are not only preparing our students for college, but along with the numbers you will see next, we are indeed preparing students for the careers of tomorrow. These are some of the industry sectors. These are some of the industry sectors, industry approved certifications we offer through our CTE academies and after school clubs. First off, we have our Adobe certification that we do primarily through our DMA Academy. Currently, right now, we have over 100 students certified across the Adobe suites. We have 55 students certified in Photoshop, 50 students in InDesign, and probably the most difficult of them all, Adobe Illustrator. We have our first 3 in school history, and we are projecting at least another 100 students by the end of the school year gaining 1 or all 3 of these certifications throughout DMA, through our after-school program, and also during our summer and spring sessions. Next up, we have through our Business and Logistics Academy, we have 60 students currently right now, 60 students currently right now who have received forklift certifications, 3 different forklift certifications through the San Bernardino College Community District. That is a sitting, standing, and picking. Of those students, 50 of them already have received their OSHA certification. We also have 2 other certifications through this academy. We have a business communication certification, which 30 of them have already attained, and a business entrepreneurship certification. Now, again, we are expecting an additional 85 students to receive 1 or if not all of those certifications by the end of the school year. This is one of my favorites. One of our newest academies is our Innovation Tech Academy. And I don't know if you know, but the CompTIA IT Fundamental Certification, the textbook is about this thick. And we have had our first 5 students. This is our first year running this as well. We've had our first 5 students pass this certification. These are industry certified certifications. These are approved by all industry sectors in the IT field. We are projecting, Mr. Moore, our ICT instructor, is projecting an additional 50 students by the end of the school year. Now, another one that we're adding this year is our Google Educator Suite certification. We have 62 of our Teaching Academy students that are actually going to be going for this certification at the end of the year. I mean, our students are already, experts in Google Docs, Google Slides, Google Sheets. We figure might as well add an additional certification to our program so these students can take advantage of it. Last, through our Core Academy, we have 60 students about to go on job sites with grid alternatives to install solar panels within our community. That's 60 students that are going to be heading out onto the job sites installing solar panels within our community within the next month. Of those 60 students, we have an additional 66 that have already received their OSHA certification. We have 45 students that have already been CPR and first aid certified. We are expecting an additional 80 students to go ahead and get those certifications as well. Now that I covered the numbers, I'd like to pass it over to our student reps who will introduce themselves and a short video about each of their programs. First up, we have Jackie and Jeremy from Innovation Tech Academy.
Hello, and can I just first say it's an honor to be here in front of all of you. And can I say thank you to my teachers and principal for allowing me to be here. So let me introduce myself. I'm Jeremy Silva. I'm a junior at Arroyo Valley High School. And I'm a part of the Innovation Tech Academy, being a vice president. And as well, I'm a part of varsity tennis. And can I just say I'm nervous. But let's hope I can shake the jiggles away. But I made me to go to UCLA. And I'm hoping this could be the place where my stepping stone that I could just finally take to go forward. And I'll pass it on to my coworker and good friend, Jack.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jackie Alvarez. I am the president of the Innovation Tech Academy and Club. I pride myself in being a good leader to everyone. And my dream school is MIT. Hopefully I could achieve that dream because I know Royal Valley provides me the opportunities to achieve the dream of going to MIT. Later on this year, I'm going to take the ITF plus fundamentals certification. And I'm very nervous for that. You know, the textbook, as he said, it was like this big. Hopefully I could pass it. And in the video that we're going to show you, you are going to learn more about the academy and what we do.
The Innovation Tech Academy is an academy that focuses on the information technology and communications sector. And we just try to have fun and get the kids to really understand how computers work.
Technology, robotics, coding, software, all of that stuff.
Providing them with the opportunity to master at least one coding language with the opportunity for students to branch out if they desire. For me, it's all about student choice.
Innovation has, I feel like, impacted me a lot because I feel like it improved me. It made me better in many ways, kind of like my time management and just in general where I got to learn a lot more and see where my limits are.
We have a student-led after-school program that centers around robotics engineering and most recently the induction of scholastic esports, which I'm really excited about. You know, the sky's the limit. If they want to attempt something, all we need to do is get a list of materials together and I kind of let them loose in that makerspace. They 3D print, they do some laser cutting, and they're just learning all of these different skills for all of these different applications to explore careers in the information technology and communication sector.
Hello, my name is Levi Hernandez. I'm a Royal Valley senior and a 4-year core member. Hello? Hello. My name is Levi Hernandez. I'm a senior at Royal Valley High School and a 4-year core member. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. Core has impacted me by giving my OSHA 10 certification and giving me job opportunities in my life. And it's been a really great experience being in Core Academy, and I'll pass it on to Jocelyn.
Good afternoon. My name is Jocelyn Jauregui. I am a senior at Aurora Valley High, and I am a 4-year student part of Core Academy. Thanks to Core Academy, I have gotten my OSHA 10 certification, and I will be now CPR first aid certified. And after high school, I plan on going to San Bernardino Valley College and then transfer to a 4-year to Cal State for my bachelor's in nursing. Thank you.
The Core Academy stands for Constructing Opportunities in Renewable Energy, and our focus is on creating a sustainable environment for generations to come.
It's impacted me by offering different opportunities for me as my future, as jobs, job networking and other stuff.
In the years following, we start to focus on sustainability specifically, and we look at water and how we will make sure that in California we have water for a long, long time.
Core Academy has impacted me to meet new people, be more confident, talk more to other people in different careers, and it has created a positive environment, a healthy environment for all students.
We look at solar and how we can create a better source of energy for our environment. And we also look at all the different trades, so plumbers and construction, and actually get hands-on and do these things inside the classroom and outside in the community.
First off, I would like to say good afternoon to the board and all the attendees. My name is Christopher Aragon. I am a senior at Arroyo Valley High School, and I'm representing the VAPA Academy. VAPA is a really good program. It's helped me learn to problem solve things in my life and things in school, out of school, whatever you can think of. It's really helped me be creative and think of things that maybe some other people wouldn't be able to think of. But the influence of Arroyo Valley has stretched outside of just the VAPA Academy. It's helped through the College and Career Center. It's helped me become actually a student cafeteria worker in our work experience program. And I'm also along with my teammate Jeremy on the varsity tennis team. So yeah, it's a really good school, and we're going to show you what VAPA has to offer.
So the VAP Academy here at Arroyo Valley High School is the Visual and Performing Arts Academy. So the visual arts include drawing, painting, sculpting, and the performing arts are going to be our music, our theater, and our dance programs.
VAPA has impacted me in a way that I'm able to express myself more. I guess it has pushed me to be like a better person.
So one of the very first goals that we have in our VAPA Academy is to have students first gain an appreciation for the arts, and through foundational experiences, hands-on experiencing performances, and really kind of get that appreciation.
It's cool that it gives me the opportunity to explore a lot of things that I've always wanted to do but never had an outlet.
Currently we have a great facility with 3D printers, a design lab, laser cutters. It's really a great place, a great maker space for students to create and develop projects within the arts, sculpture, and robotics. So with the Innovation Academy and the Visual Performing Arts Academy, we're leading the way in the hub, and we're inviting in all of our other academies to collaborate on projects. It's a really exciting place to be.
DMA stands for Digital Media Arts Academy, and it's actually an academy where if a student is interested in media design or video production or photography, it's the academy for them.
DMA to me is an opportunity to help with me with my future and get a job that I would like.
So our freshmen, when they come to DMA, they have me, Mr. Suarez, and I teach them the very basic of graphic design. I introduce them to Adobe Illustrator. Then for sophomore, they're going to go to Mr. Thayer, who continues on with graphic design and also digital illustration. And then during their sophomore year, they get to decide if they want to stay with Mr. Thayer or if they want to go with Mr. Mejia, who teaches film and photography.
Last year was when I went to Universal Studios on set to go see the behind the set of one of the shows.
We also offer after-school programs such as the Film Society. We have our DMA Club, and also we do have students create or illustrate their own comic books and children's books. And then we also take them to Comic-Con events where we try to get the students to sell their own pieces.
I don't even know if I could barely reach this, but hey everyone, thank you for everything that you're doing here. My name is Ari Excloy. I'm pretty sure you guys have seen me before, some of you guys on the school board or anyone here. I'm representing Arroyo Valley, especially the Global Leadership Academy. And if we want to talk about like the stuff that we do, we're people, students of we've been capable of doing many things. You know, we have to go through rigorous programs, AP, IB, just pretty much everything, you know. I guess for me, I've been doing a bunch of extracurriculars alongside the most rigorous program at the school provides. Been doing sports, cross country, track, president for a Key Club, and also Students for Change. I'm pretty sure you guys know that. Well, and also because of global leadership, I'm also able to be the valedictorian for Arroyo Valley High School. So surprise, surprise, I guess. But enough about me. This is about Arroyo and Global Leadership Academy, so we'll present you the video. Sadly, our president for Global Leadership Club is not here, Ruby Quinto. Shout out though to Ruby Quinto. But yeah, enjoy the video.
The Global Leadership Academy is our academy that houses our advanced learner programs. So we start in grade 9 with the middle years program through 10, and then the students select the advanced placement program or the international baccalaureate program at grade 11 and 12.
Global Leadership is an academy that offers AP and IB courses that allow you to get ahead for college or whatever area of life you want to be in.
Global Leadership has impacted me as a student because not only are we taking rigorous classes, but they give us a platform to share our ideas through art.
The mission is to provide a rigorous education that focuses on community, national, and global issues so the students can use critical skills and critical inquiry to solve larger world issues as well as their community issues here. Our students are one of the few students who in 9th grade overlap the middle years curriculum with an advanced placement curriculum. So all of our freshmen are taking the AP Human Geography test at the end of their freshman year. We strongly encourage our students to get involved in the careers or explorations that they may want to pursue, as well as give back to their campus and their community. That is part of who we are, and we get them started early.
Our mission, first of all, is to help students graduate. The second part of our mission is we also want students to know about different areas within education that they could work in besides teaching.
Teaching academies has impacted me in a few ways. It's given me communication skills and teamwork skills.
It has shown me to be a more outgoing person, and I learned how to talk to more people and to be more outgoing.
We have child development in their freshman year. The big thing that we do in child development is we have real care babies. But when they become sophomores is when we really start getting into the teaching part of everything. Their junior year, they go to Rio Vista and work as reading buddies. Our seniors have internships with different teachers on campus. So they go and they actually work with students in the classrooms, they work with the teachers. In fact, their big final is creating a complete lesson and teaching that lesson. And then they also get some experience working as a teacher and working with students, older students too.
Hello, good afternoon, attendees and board. I'm here. My name is Felix White. I'm here representing Arroyo Valley and specifically the Business Academy. Business Academy has really taught me everything I know about the adult life, including taxes, credit. I was here a couple of months ago, actually accepting the Outstanding Student Award back in October, November. I still really appreciate that award that you guys are giving me. I'm actually planning to go to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo to pursue my career in electrical engineering. And yeah, I'd like to pass it on to Precious, who is my coworker here.
Kind of small. Okay. Hello, my name is Precious Divine De La Rosa. I am a senior at Arroyo Valley High School. I am here representing the Business Academy, of course. I am a 4-year Business Academy student. I am 4 years of ASB, and I am also a varsity cross country and track runner. I am also part of the ASB cabinet as treasurer. Being part of the Business Academy I like it a lot because it has taught me a lot about money, like how Felix said, taxes, credit, all of that. It just prepares you for your adult life, and if anything goes wrong, you can start a business and you know how. I'm also OSHA 10 certified, and that's it. I like to present you guys our video.
The Business Logistics Academy, what it does is it helps students understand some of the basics of finance, of knowing how to invest, how their credit works, how taxes work.
It's all about teaching a student how to be financially stable. It teaches you taxes, it teaches you even how to work with machines to create your own business.
So a couple things our curriculum really focuses on is, again, the concept of how can you open up your own business. So in the beginning, they're learning just business communications. Then in 10th grade, they're really now starting to see, hey, how can I come up with my ideas? How can I be creative on how to solve different problems that exist and now build some prototypes? 11th and 12th grade year is now focusing on, as I build my business, the importance of the finances. And the 12th grade, how are you going to get it to your customers' hands now?
For my future after high school, it prepares me to be financially smart with my money.
And then when it comes to how to distribute products. We have a great forklift program where the students get to learn on a live forklift and drive it around and learn how to use that famous tool that exists already in the distribution centers and be able to use it out in the real world.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jennifer Vasquez, and I'm the ASB president at Arroyo Valley High School. I am currently a senior. I'm currently a senior in the Global Leadership Academy, taking IB and AP courses, along with doing extracurriculars such as playing girls tennis and being given the opportunity to be the girls tennis captain, and also being the boys tennis manager. I have been accepted into many colleges such as UCR, Cal State, San Bernardino, Cal Poly Pomona, also Cal State Long Beach, and Fullerton. Not really sure where I'm going to go to at the moment, but got a lot of opportunities. I am very grateful for our ASB program, very thankful for everybody who does support us. Our ASB program is very successful. We have had many great turnouts, from our trunk or treats to our rallies to our dances. ASB has truly changed my life. I've gotten a sense of belonging, as well as being given the opportunity to express my creativity. Special shout out to our ASB director, Miss Limon, who does always push me to be my best, and I always will look up to her.
Hi, I'm Jennifer, a senior, and I'm the ASB president here at Arroyo Valley High School.
And I'm Crystal, I am a senior, and I am an ASB officer here at AV.
We represent the student body at Arroyo Valley High School and positively impact everybody's life.
We work with staff and students and aim to provide a sense of unity and community on our campus.
Growing up as a child, I was that kid that was antisocial. I really wasn't open to people, and once I joined ASB, I started opening up and breaking that bubble that I had. Some of my favorite highlights in ASB would be, honestly, the rally, setting up, struggling. ASB is like a family to me.
We use our rallies to promote our dances throughout the year, such as homecoming, winter formal, and prom. Not only do we put up events for the school, but we also put forth events for our community. For example, we did a free community event called Trunk or Treat. In this event, we gave our clubs a chance to share their creativity by offering the community sweets and treats and a showcase. Some activities we do offer are Game Truck Fridays, where we invite all staff and students to come join us and play video games.
Our job here in ASB is to make sure every student from every grade level gets a memorable high school experience, which we succeed in doing every year.
Thank you, team. We obviously don't have enough time to share everything going on at Arroyo Valley High School, like our Growing Avid program, our Gold Star Army JRTC program, athletics, Hawk News Network, and their new student shorts called Hawk Talks, or even how we have our first career technical student organization in business, DECA, and plan to expand all our CTSOs to all our academies by fall. So I'm going to go ahead and stop talking, and I'll wrap it up my part and hand it right back over to Mr. Valenzuela.
Thank you, Dimitri. Got to put this up a little bit higher. First of all, this, could not have been done without the support and the vision of the school board and executive cabinet. And Mr. Tillman for bringing Arroyo Valley High School to the west side. Thank you, sir. Everything we do at Arroyo Valley High School has to do with the passion of the teachers that they want to teach this. Right? It has to do with the integrated curriculum, the rigor. There's a connection to the CTE class. They do integrated projects. That's why you have gold certification. When your goal, third parties can evaluate the academy and say, okay, you are doing that. You are integrating curriculum. There is an impact. It's like a mini WASC for academies. So our goal is for every academy to be a goal. Everything we do at Arroyo is also to create a safe learning environment. Graduating our students, college and career readiness, giving students an opportunity to grow and become successful citizens and contributors to the 21st century job force. And also a sense of belonging. I think that's really important for our students. I mean, when I went to high school, I just went, you know, not that I was going to the NFL, that didn't happen, right? But, you know, it's good to have something for our students besides just sports, a sense of belonging, you know. And I'm really proud of our students. I'm proud of our teachers because they're the ones that want to do this. Mr. Valenzuela, can we do this? You want to add another layer to your CTE class? Yes, they're the ones coming to me. That's awesome. You know, it's through transparency, you know, that we all lead. You want to do this? Okay, let's go for it. You know, we can't add another, but you want to add it to your curriculum? That's great. But now, today you're going to meet somebody really awesome, okay? I want to pass this over to our California Educator of the Year in 22, Mr. Keith Rocky, who will tell you all about the gift being handed to you right now, tonight. Mr. Rocky, give him a hand. Teacher of the Year, man. In the state of California.
Yeah. Good evening. As you receive your gift, we want to leave you with something to remember us by and our commitment to our academies. This is our Arroyo Valley Monopoly. The game pieces on there represent each of our academies, and the board itself celebrates our community, our commitment to our academies, to linked learning. Has a little hole at the top of it up by Karen Craig Stadium, so you can hang it on your wall and look at it every day and think about all the awesome things that are going on in our district and at Arroyo Valley High School. So enjoy. Thank you for your continued support of all of the academies, all of our ASB, all of our programs, and I have to shout out to the Visual and Performing Arts too. So thank you for your continued support, and I hope you enjoy this gift.
Mr. Brocky, thank you as always, and great job to you and the kids and the team. Amazing job. All right, Vice President Tillman had his light on first, and then we'll go to Mr. Biles after. Vice President Tillman.
Yes, Principal Venezuela and the other staff and teachers and students and classified employees, thank you very much. Great presentation to all the students. You know, it's funny because during the break, I go to a tire shop on Massachusetts and Baseline. Guy named Andy, and his son Daniel goes to Arroyo Valley, and he was working there because it was the spring break. He's working there with his dad, and I asked him about the school, you know, what's going on and how you like it, any problems, and he had nothing but good things to say. I was like, wow, nothing wrong? He's like, no, you know, it's great. I love it. And then I asked him what he wanted to major in, and he said computer science. And his dad said, well, tell him. And he said he had a 4.0 GPA. So you guys are really doing good work. I mean, I asked about our schools to make sure that we know what's going on so we can do better, you know, and you're doing a great job. So that came straight from someone that I just asked. So that means a whole lot. Not to say that their presentation wasn't talking about all the things going on, because it was. I appreciate that also. But, you know, Royal Valley has a special place in my heart. My two daughters went there and graduated and doing very well. One was in the teaching program, and she's a teacher now and a principal. Had a daughter in the performing arts program, and she's a professional singer. So what happens there really does work. You know, I was born and raised on the west side of San Bernardino. I went to Roosevelt and Airview and San Bernardino High School. And when I lived there, I always thought it was crazy that we had to walk over a bridge to go to a high school. And so I never will forget when I got on the school board and realized there was some extra money. There was the previous board member named Hardy Brown that told me, hey, we got some land over on the west side. We thought about a high school. It'll probably never happen. But because of that money and me knowing the importance of having a high school in that community, we were able to do it. So, but you all proved that it was worth it. I mean, the presentation tonight was just crazy. To the young, you know, I did technology work for the county for 37 years. I worked for the county for 42 years. I retired. But for the young lady who talked about the big book, don't worry about it. Even if you don't do good, don't get certified, you still can do good in technology. I mean, that is a booming industry right now, and they're looking for people and they're hiring every day. I would encourage you to go ahead and get your degree before you work full time. But there's full-time work out there for everybody that was in that video, for all the work you guys are doing in that industry right now. And you can do it on the side, you can do it at night. but you don't realize the talent that you have. So I want to thank the teachers and the people putting in the work to instill those skills in you, but you don't know what you have right now. All of you guys are going to go on to do great things. And I'm going to say the one thing that I say in my speeches to young people, the only thing that can hurt you, as far as I'm concerned, will be getting hooked on drugs or something like that. And you got to understand that. The only thing I've ever seen that take brilliant people like yourselves off track is getting hooked on speed or cocaine or something crazy. I hate to be so blunt about it, but it's the truth. And that's what you need to be thinking about right now. If you truly want to attain your dreams, make sure you avoid all those pitfalls. It's easy to be successful because so many people do stupid stuff. I was able to be a manager and excel and make a whole bunch of money because so many other people that had just the same talent as me wasted it. So right now, you're all doing good. That's why you guys are sitting here in the front row. And I'm proud of all of you. Remember, one of the things, I'm going to end with this. With your talent, you can help other people be successful. So don't forget about your cousins, your nieces, your nephews, your sisters and brothers who are not going to be successful if you don't go back and help them. To who much is given, much is required. And you guys have been given a whole lot and you are excelling. So make sure you help others. And thank you, Principal, for a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much.
Vice President Tillman, Ms. Ceballos.
Yeah, so I also want to thank every single one of you for coming out and sharing this with us. I know that Arroyo Valley has been before the board a couple of times on various, over the last 2 years that I've been, and it's always really nice to hear of all of the things that are going on over there. And I will add, drugs is definitely one of those things that will derail you and potentially, hurt you. It's not the only thing. And I say becoming a young parent is another one of those things. And, I say that because that was my case. So if you can avoid that at all costs, please do so. Kids are wonderful. You guys are a blessing to your parents, but it creates a lot more hardship if you start that without being prepared financially and in other ways. So I'll add that to the list of things to avoid. But I want to say thank you. A big shout out to Ms. Mercer, that I saw her on the video there. An amazing just human being and teacher. A lot of times you don't remember interactions, but you always remember how people make you feel, and she is definitely one of those individuals. And so if she's watching, shout out to her. I did want to ask a really quick question. Who of the students here has who went to Golden Valley for middle school? Anybody? What about Hillside? Nobody? Okay, I threw my shot. I was gonna say, and here we go. This is the result. But you guys are the result of another amazing elementary and middle school that we have in the district. Another thing that I didn't see that I would like to maybe recommend, and I know that we've talked about this a little bit in the past, I did not see a language academy. So, just if you're not thinking about it, maybe it's something to consider. Over the last couple of weeks, I met a person that does work for the district. She does interpretation, and I actually got a chance to go and visit like a week-long program that she does, and she gives the students a certification at the end for interpretation in Spanish. Her program's Spanish only, but we could do ASL and so many other languages as well. And I would really encourage that because they're also high-paying jobs, right? Interpretation, and it doesn't require a whole lot of additional schooling after high school. So that's one that I would really love to see happen within my time. And then the psych behavioral health academy that Cajon presented to us, I fell in love with that. So if you haven't considered that, maybe that's something else that you can consider. And then I did want to ask the college, and I heard somebody mention College and Career Center, because I am curious to to know how is the school going about connecting their students, after graduation. So those students that are not intending on, maybe going to college right away, are they creating portfolios as part of their academies? Yeah, if you can expand a little bit.
That's actually something that we've been expanding on from multiple academies. So Business and Logistics Academy started a portfolio program last year where it's actually audited by all of the teachers that are part of the academy. So 2 English teachers, 2 social studies teachers, as well as a CTE teacher. So the students actually have an exit interview and they talk about what they plan on doing going into the future, and they offer alternatives if maybe the 4-year isn't in the plan, maybe it is going to community college for the first 2 years, which is a fantastic option, as we know right now, especially with the way the finances are. But every academy is kind of building right now currently their own individual graduate profile that helps students identify what route they may want to take if the main route gets blocked. So we want to make sure our students have multiple options, and through these individualized graduate profiles, we see this as a tool for students to identify that. Now, through our College and Career Center, Ann Lee, who's our College and Career Center lead there, she does a fantastic job with doing the surveys with the students from 9th grade all the way till 12th grade. Counseling does 4-year plans with the students, and also beyond. Really, they're 5 to 6 year plans with the students. But we definitely want to expand on all those, and we see that graduate profile, that individualized graduate profile for each academy, as a potential step to kind of connect those students.
Thank you for that. Yeah, because I think it would be a wonderful opportunity to really capture some of that data and kind of show where our students going
Absolutely.
Afterwards. And so that would be amazing. So if you guys go on and whatever it is that you end up doing, come back and share with your your school and let them know what is it that you guys are doing, so that they and come back to the board, not just as a student, but as a community member, as a professional now, and let us know. I'm doing this now. I've graduated 2 years ago, or whatever it is that we always want to know and welcome that. So I think that's it. That language one.
Actually, you know what? We actually that program, we have a number of students have actually gone through that certification program already, so they are taking advantage of it, which we're really excited about. Also, too, I believe we are getting pretty close to the 200 mark on our seal of biliteracies as well. So that's a big component of our CCIs that our students are tackling through all the academies. But yes, that program is fantastic, and we are encouraging our students throughout our foreign language courses to take that, especially the ones that are more advanced in the foreign language.
Nice. Awesome. And just a little testimonial on that I heard of a student that took that certification. She was working part-time at a hospital, and she was already doing some interpreting, and she's graduating here shortly with us from high school. And her supervisors, she wanted to apply for the interpreting job, and they said, well, you need some sort of certificate. And she was able to provide the one that she had gotten with us, and she got the job as a translator. So, it does go a long way. So just thought I'd share that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Ms. Alexander.
All right. Mr. Valenzuela, I remember when you first started, and I was there for additional business for Girl State program. And I remember one of your goals was to really focus on the link learning. And I don't know if you remember, we talked about your global logistics program.
Right.
And just hearing about all of the link learning programs is very impressive, but having 30 years in global supply chain and logistics, I was very impressed with the connection that you made, or the students made, related to working in warehousing, but it's so much larger, and you did touch upon that, or the student touched upon that. So I appreciate the overall presentation related to all the different programs, and one thing that stood out the most was the digital thread in each one of those. And all I can say is that we're in capable hands. The students are prepared once they graduate. They can go into working into different companies and different areas of the business related to technology, all the way to manufacturing, as well as just beyond that. I mean, we have so many capabilities and opportunities if you just look at STEM, just that alone. And they touched upon that in each one of those academies. So awesome job.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I would just say to the students, I appreciate everything that you shared and the passion that you all provided. each one of you had a different story, and your experiences are different. And I just empower you and really inspire you to reach your goals, whatever you want to do. I mean, you shared, some of you said Valley College. That's an amazing school to go to in preparation for your future. Cal Poly, San Luis Obispo. And then I also heard UCs. So do whatever you want to do and pursue it with vigor and passion, and know that this is only creating a pathway for you. You might get into college and desire to go do something else, but one thing for sure, you will be capable of doing whatever you put your mind to doing. And also, thank you for our present.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. We'll move on to Ms. Rosales Medina.
No, definitely thank you all for coming and speaking. I also love the fact that I was able to hear from students. And I know a few got nervous, but the reality is I remember speaking as a parent and I would get extremely nervous. And but what it does show, your leadership in different areas within the different career pathways. It shows your leadership, and I'm really proud to see the young individuals you are and the future career persons that you will become. So excited for all of you, as well as the school. I mean, the reality is we have so many great academies, and it shows that not everyone's going to fit into one style, and you're providing so many different opportunities. And as you mentioned, opportunities you miss. I mean, with our life experiences, we sometimes get shifted to different routes. And so how do we make sure that we still are successful, but maybe through a different option? So I do appreciate those opportunities for our students. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Mr. Husky.
Thank you. So many things, just so much there. First, I want to thank you for the gift. This is absolutely amazing. And I got teary-eyed when I saw San High Lanes, because that's where I bowled as a kid in like a eight-year-old, 9-year-old league or whatever. And I remember and then we had I started a bowling league for teachers many years ago there that we bowled years, and a lot of my friends, including like Rebecca Harper, I met through the bowling league all those years ago. So it was really, since it burnt down some years ago, it was really nice to see it commemorated, and it was just kind of amazing. And then I was thinking about, because Danny, I think that's when we passed the bond, right? I helped pass that bond, and then I was on the naming committee. So I remember arguing with Karen Craig over the name of the school, but I think Arroyo Valley is perfect still.
She wanted West Side High.
Yeah, she wanted West Side and then Ridge something, because I remember it being like Fast Times at Ridgemont High, and I'm like, no, we're not going there. As much as I love Spicoli, we're not going there. But I say that to say, one of the things that you said that meant a lot to me was that sense of belonging, that creating the sense of belonging. Because a lot of times I think we miss the fact that kids don't necessarily go to school for the English class or the math class unless there's a sense of belonging for them. Maybe they find, in literature, they find their sense of belonging in their class and their teacher there. Or with their friends, or with athletics, or with clubs. We find our sense of belonging with both as staff on the school campus and as kids in the community that we build. And I see that, I saw that today in this. I also didn't know that you guys were largest in EL and special education population, which provides opportunities and challenges all of its own that brings enrichment, but also need to your campus. And so that's something that I think we need to keep in mind as we support Arroyo Valley moving forward. I had two questions. One was around some of these. I'm trying to think. I think it was the Core Academy and some of the others. I was wondering if you guys had linked with the trades, with the Labor Council and the trades, and if you were working in coordinating with them so that the kids could go. I know they've been reaching out. They've talked to me several times about being interested in working, but I didn't know what was going on in terms of working with the trades and helping our kids who get certified.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I apologize.
No, go ahead.
My old ears.
So, the Core Academy does have that relationship with NABTU, the North American Builders Trade Union. We are looking at a couple other ones through our new CTSOs that we are establishing on campus. The CTSO program is fantastic because it really, the board members typically are people of industry. Right. So what they do is they make those recommendations to the other unions that might attach to your academy or that industry sector that your academy is focusing on. So again, these are things that we have, over time, we've learned. We've gotten some things foundationally really, done really well. And now we've realized that, we can't just rest. We have to keep building and moving forward. And through those unions and through the CTSOs, we realize it's going to give us more connections to the direct to industry sectors.
I reached out to Miss Medina as well, but I know that Ricardo and the folks over there have asked several times about, hey, you guys, matriculating. So
yeah, and I know I know a lot of the other high schools have already started that work as well too. The other program specialists like myself, shout out to them. They're amazing. We've all been doing a lot of work with, the collaboration and seeing where we can make those connections with those union spaces.
And then on the VAP Academy, I heard that when you go to Comic-Con, you guys are looking at selling pieces. But I was wondering, are the students bringing them out anywhere else? I remember last year at the Making Hope Happen, there was like a silent auction, and there's like some others. I would love opportunities to see the art, because I bought a couple of pieces last year, so I'm always looking.
We're gonna be there, right? Yes, right. Yeah, they'll be there. Okay. And also, just to let you know, we're also working with the water district. Those are also high-paying positions as well. For certification. So.
And that kind of leads me to my last thing. I was kind of wanting, before I say my last piece, I'd like to know, because it's all career education. College is career education. Sometimes we think, and this was a mistake I made with my daughter, I sort of focused on college as her end game, and that's I learned the hard way, that, really, because she got out and then she's like, now what do I do? But it's like college and career. And so I just got kind of wondering, because some of you talked about your plans, but not everybody. So I just kind of like what you guys were thinking, if you don't mind. I think we'd all, because not everybody sort of said where they want to go. So I know some people talked about some colleges and stuff, but I'm just curious where you guys want to head.
And I actually apologize for that. I forgot to mention it. I am planning on attending Cal State San Bernardino, and I actually just recently committed to go there. I'm going to attend to become a mathematics teacher in hopefully high school. So I know somebody mentioned about, I believe it was you. You mentioned about coming back and telling after the fact of what you do. So hopefully one day I can come back and I can be in
and we're looking for male teachers.
And can I really quick? We have an alumni who is actually one of our college interns right here, Angelica Trevino, who is an alumni of our Digital Media Arts Academy. And she's been a fantastic addition to our team, documenting everything that the academies do through social media, photography over here. So she's taking all the skills that she learned while going to college, and she's working here in the district. I would love, if you're taking recommendations, hire more college interns. More college interns for our schools. They're a fantastic resource. They connect with the students. They understand our students. And it's that foothold to bringing them back. Dr. Funchess, we talked about, that grow our own project, grow our own, bring our students back. It's a great opportunity to bring those students back and to become teachers in our district.
Ari, where were you going, Mr. Valedictorian? I don't think, what's your plan after being valedictorian?
I'll probably go to UCR, bio, probably go pre-med route, go for prerequisites and all that, like grad school and all that. But yeah, that was pretty much my choice.
Anybody else? I'm sure. Thank you. I'm excited for you. That's awesome. UCR is a great school. My mentor, that's where she graduated from.
I also forgot to mention, because there was so much I was talking about, but I'm gonna attend Cal State to get my bachelor's degree in pre-nursing and hopefully, work my way up to become a gynecologist, an OBGYN. Yes. So thank you.
Well, congratulations and good luck to all of you in Arroyo. I look forward to seeing more of what you all do. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Husky. Miss Grande Aviles. One thing.
I just want to tell you, I was absolutely blown away by this monopoly, and I really, really want to know what engendered this. This is brilliant, and it made me cry. I have memories on all these streets. I've been here since the 60s. I mean, like, I worked at the 6 lanes. During the summer at colleges, I was away at a table. The Azteca Theater, I went with my mother there when I was a child, watching Spanish movies. The Santa Fe Railroad every morning. What time was 6 o'clock in the morning? Those whistles going, and one day I stood up on the bridge and was so sad that day, so it made me cry. And the mug. Oh, I was like, oh. And then Karen, oh, Karen Craig. Oh, Okay, so thank you. Whose idea was that? Brilliant, brilliant.
No. Team effort, but it's always the team doing it, right?
How did you do them? What?
Rocky?
Please,
Well,
please.
Teacher of the Year, come on over here. Of the state of California, come on down.
Historian of San Bernardino, and one of the things that we've done over the years at Arroyo is to teach our staff about the history of San Bernardino and how important it is to know your community. And that's how we decided on all those pieces. There's a lot of collaboration and talking. What should we include? What's the most critical and important part of San Bernardino, of our community, and allow the kids to also know of those places that are gone now, and for them to learn about the history of San Bernardino. We created that on our campus in our hub, which is our maker space on campus. It's all laser cut wood, and with the collaboration of students and teachers and administrators, we came up with the idea because we wanted to leave you with something really special tonight.
All these, a lot of them make a lot of money.
That's the plan. That's the plan. Business Academy.
All right, thank you, Ms. Grande. And I just want to say, Mr. Valenzuela, I always appreciate the hospitality of your staff when I visit Arroyo Valley High School. I really, when I go there, it just feels like home to me, and always very, very welcoming. And that sets kind of the tone and the culture as well. I mean, I know I'm a board member, but they'd treat me the same way if I wasn't a board member. I know that already. So, yeah, but so that hospitality goes a long way. That servant leadership goes a long way with all of us and with our community and students. Wow, is all I can say. Outstanding job. You've heard it from my colleagues, but we are very proud of you. You're definitely our future. Each and every one of you are leaders in your own field. I could see it coming already. Yes, public speaking is not easy. I actually froze on Friday, and I rarely ever freeze. Let me tell you, I can speak forever. That's why I'm trying not to. But I froze on Friday, and I was like, wow, that did not just happen to me. But it did. I got a little nervous, and I even said that, just like some of you did today. So it's okay to be a little bit nervous, right? But you'll get past that and do an amazing job in everything you do. Staff, great job as always. Great job. Mr. Brocky, I can't say enough about you. All right, California Teacher Year, I think that's pretty dang good, Oh, that's going to be like for the next 100 years, trust me. Maybe 1 year, but we will know that. Mr. Brocky does, as you all know, amazing job. I got to go to the art festival a couple weeks ago with him, some of our students. If you didn't know, we had Best of Show. One of our students had Best of Show. Wow. I'm not an art genius, but that tells me that you're the best of the show, right? And there were a lot of kids there from every district in our county. Let me say that. And even got mentioned in our cabinet meeting today with me at my job. I was in cabinet meeting with Samuel County Superintendent of Schools, and he even mentioned our program, our student, Arroyo Valley as well. So, and that was to all of our cabinet level administrators at the county. So, of course, I got to smile quite a bit there and say, thank you, boss. But great job to all of you. Great presentation. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you.
When I did write a quick quote because it reminded me of Mr. Brocky. I said, do what you love to do, and you will always love what you do. Right? Thank you, Mr. Brocky. Thank you, team. All right, we're going to move on to public comments. And colleagues, I know it's so hard. I always say it's dangerous when we bring the students up here and our staff, because we will just talk forever, and because we love what you guys do. We love the achievement of our students, and we could have a board meeting just on this alone.
Mr. Dr. Wyatt, we need to present the activities all the high schools are doing right now.
Pardon me?
Present all the activities that the high schools are doing.
Oh, the readout?
Yeah, the readout.
Oh,
yes.
we got that readout. All right.
Yeah.
And I apologize. I'm not going to lie. I got to do a quick break myself, so I'm going to turn over to Vice President Tillman, but hopefully I'll be back in time.
So these are the April events for our high schools. So April 3rd through, this is at Arroyo Valley. April 3rd through 7th is the AVHS Spirit Week. This Friday is our AV Super World Spring Rally. Throughout the month of April, AVID will be visiting multiple colleges like CSUSB and Cal State Fullerton, as well as multiple academies taking industry field studies. On April 10th, we have our senior breakfast. April 13th, all SBC USD high schools are participating in the Joe Baca Career Fair at the San Bernardino Valley College. April 15th, we will have our 10th Peerland Foundation food drive. April 20th, we have our 2nd annual College and Career Fair. April 24th, we have our Earth Day campus cleanup. April 29th, we will have our AVHS junior and senior prom at Eagle Glen Golf Club. Happening at Cajon High School, April 6th is their Valley College Senior Day. April 27th, they have their college and career fair during both lunches. April 29th is the Cajon Senior Prom at Santa Anita Park, happening at Indian Springs High School. April 18th, K through 12 Machining Academy Consortium, an annual advisory meeting from 4 to 6 p.m. at Indian Springs High School Machining Technology Lab. We'd love to have anybody interested attend. Please email Kim Laurie at Indian Springs to RSVP. Happening at Pacific High School, April 25th is the Bite of Reality with ThinkWise Credit Union. We'll be working with our sophomore class on financial literacy. On April 28th, SBC USD Olympics will be happening from 9 to 12:30. Our Pathway Ambassadors will be assisting. Happening at San Andreas High School, April 12th is the Career Club. April 15th is Business Pathway, and they will have 2 booths at the Teamsters Car Show. April 27th through the 29th, the CCEA Conference will be happening. Happening at San Bernardino High School, on April 1st, students in the Sea Perch Competition Club affiliated with the Engineering Pathway won first place in the San Diego Regional Competition and a bid to the national competition in Maryland next month. The students designed and built the fastest underwater robot to complete an obstacle course. Each team had 5 minutes to complete the course, but the San Bernardino High School team only needed 53 seconds. Happening April 22nd, San Bernardino High School CTE music students will compete in a performance festival in San Diego. Also happening on the 22nd, technical theater students will participate in behind-the-scenes training at the Renaissance Fair. Happening at San Gorgonio High School, April 6th, Jobs for California Graduates Program installation and initiation ceremony will be at 5 p.m. in the theater. Happening April 13th, Spring Spirit Pep Rally is at 9:15 a.m. in the stadium. Happening April 20th, valedictorian salutatorian luncheon will be happening in the MU room at 1 p.m. And April 20th, 21st, and 22nd, they will be having their spring play Olympia Ganza at 6 p.m. in the theater. And finally, happening at Sierra High School, April 12th, they have their Substance Use Prevention Field Day from 11 a.m. to 1:40 p.m. On April 15th, they have their Table and Teamsters Car Show. On April 19th, they have their ICEC Barbers Haircuts. And on April 25th, they have their Spring Healthcare.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you for a great presentation. That brings us to 3.1, receive public comments. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda and within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as district policies, procedures, programs, services, or fiscal matters. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. 6 or more people who wish to speak on one topic will be provided no more than 30 minutes total. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. First up is Ms. Guyana Woods. If I mispronounce your name, please correct it. Gianna? Okay, Gianna Woods.
I have 2 other speakers with me today. Good evening, I'm Gianna. You may remember me from the last board meeting. Today, I'm here to provide more insight on the lack of change since the Indian Springs protest. I'll start off by saying none of the requests asked by students at the protest were fulfilled. Instead, admin is choosing their own plan of action free of student input. This has caused the same recurring problem for students not being heard to resurface once again. Currently, students involved miss a large amount of class time to be paired with strangers, being asked the same questions over and over as a solution. This has affected the grades of those participating, as well as drawn the attention of concerned parents. Parents are not involved or aware of these discussions, nor do they know the many problems that students and possibly their children still face. Victims of the protest still seek justice, and the lack of transparency has caused all students to be left wondering. This, coupled with the fact that even more reported harassment has not been followed up on, proves that we are not of urgency. Solutions are being made for us, not with us, and if we continue like this, ISHS will always feel like a battlefield to those affected. Students need to be listened to and not dismissed. I'm also here today to ask you to aid us in making our campus a place where all can thrive while feeling safe and included. The following is a time-sensitive list of things that students need to feel safe and included on campus. A non-scripted apology from administration to students who faced violence from school admin and staff, including from the school police who use illegal violent tactics on students. A more thorough, frequently updated, and enforced cultural competency training for school admin and staff. All admin and staff to be role models that we deserve on campus by promoting messages of equity and belonging over being dismissive. Student voices to be taken seriously by implementing a student council and updated reporting and problem-solving system that is effective for both staff and students. That includes transparent follow-ups for students' peace of mind and understanding. All privileges restored to students involved in the peaceful protests. That includes going to prom and being able to walk the stage for graduation. And lastly, no retaliation for teachers and staff who are brave enough to support students. We understand that you hold the power to make everlasting change, and we would like to meet with any of you who are willing to meet with us to hear our concerns. I would also like to reiterate that at the last board meeting, you did pledge to fulfill these needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Wise, you want to wait till they're all done, or you want to ask right now? They're still going. Okay.
No, they didn't, but they can speak as a group. I'm assuming that they weren't on they didn't put a slip in. Yeah, next time you just put an individual slip in for each person, but you're the next person?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead.
Good evening, school board
So
members.
what is your name?
Oh, I was a part. Good evening, school board members. My name is Denise. My name is Denise, and I'm a student at Indian Springs High School. I am speaking today to urge you to take action to help our school feel safe for all students. Although students have taken every avenue to try to resolve problems with the administration on campus, once we report issues to staff, it seems that no changes are made. Most of the time when I reported incidents of harassment, it seems that I always have to keep pushing it to actually get it noticed. When it does get pushed, it doesn't feel like it gets taken seriously. I reported a student who was harassing my friends and I back a year ago. Not only was this student harassing us, but had uncomfortably touched some of my friends. This was also written in the report. Though once the time came to speak about it, we were told to get over it and that we'd simply have to coexist with said student by staff. However, I kept pushing all the way to the vice principal for something to get done. Once I met with him, he told me we'd be able to work something out in the upcoming months. He never got back to me after that. To mention another occurrence, I, along with other students who attended ISHS, directed a petition. The petition was about the school dress code and how it targeted feminine presenting people. We listed some demands with the petition for everyone to see. While there was support, there was a lot of backlash towards those a part of the cause by staff. It created a real unsafe environment for those involved, which made a lot of people part of the cause hesitant to speak up. That is why it is urgent and important for the board to get involved soon so that students don't have to live in this kind of environment every day with an administration that we can't trust to support us in our hardest times. That is why we're here asking for you to support students in making our school a safer environment for all students. The following is a time-sensitive list of things students need to feel safe and included on campus. A non-scripted apology from administration to students who face violence from school admin and staff, including from the school police who use illegal and violent tactics on students. A more thorough, frequently updated and enforced cultural competency training for all school admin and staff. All admin and staff to be the role models we deserve on campus by promoting messages of equity and belonging over being dismissive. Student voices to be taken seriously by implementing a student council, an updated reporting and problem-solving system that is effective for both staff and students. That includes transparent follow-ups for students' peace of mind and understanding. All privileges restored to students involved in the peaceful protest. That includes going to prom and being able to walk the stage for graduation. And lastly, no retaliation for teachers and staff who are brave enough to support students. I appreciate the hard work that the school board and school administrators do every day to ensure that our students receive a quality education. However, I believe that addressing this issue will help us create an even better learning environment for our students. Thank you for your time and consideration. We look forward to hearing from you soon on this matter.
Thank you. I believe our next speaker then is Christian.
Yep.
Welcome,
Hello,
Christian.
everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Christian. I was suspended for 4 days, which including the weekend was a week. And while they were suspending me, they said, the vice principal said, we're suspending you so this won't ever happen again. And in words from the principal, your girlfriend can go to prom by herself. This happening has had a negative impact on both myself, my parents, and the school administration accused me of throwing a water bottle at an officer who was restraining my friend. But I want to clarify that I only flung some water to express my frustration at the way my friend was being mistreated on the floor. I was concerned about the officer using knee-to-neck restraint because that is life-threatening. Despite their promise to review the incident, the school administration did not follow through and instead suspended me, falsely accusing me of attempting to cause bodily injury and harassing others and incite of a riot. That is all. That is all.
Thank you, Christian. All
Good
right.
evening, board members. Devonna Robertson. This evening, I'm here as a parent and a community member, as well as a representative of COPE. And on behalf of 2 students who were unable to attend in person, I am going to read a statement from them. So what happened was, so these are the students' words. My friend's sister was getting arrested for having a taser. They were pressing down on her neck with their knee and she couldn't breathe. So I stepped up and was like, she can't breathe, and said, get off of her, please. But I wasn't really trying to fight. I just wanted him to get up. Then another officer came behind me and shoved me and almost broke my ankle. I got upset because he came behind and pushed me using all of his strength. Then the officer came at me and tried to arrest me. Then I let them take me to the floor and had their knee on my neck and I couldn't breathe. Then they pepper sprayed me while I was on the floor getting handcuffed. I thought I was going to die because I couldn't breathe. My friends tried to defend me, and that's Kayvon. Hold on. And hold on one second. Okay. And his sister, Michaela, says, I'm a 9th grader at Indian Springs High School. This whole thing started as a peaceful protest for the physics teacher named John Aaron. Is that okay? Because he was touching his student even when they told him multiple times that it made them uncomfortable. I'm sorry. So she attached a video of the protest to show, but that's on my phone. So I just wanted to make sure that we lifted those 2 students who wanted to contribute to the public comments. So that's Kayvon and Michaela. And now I'm gonna set the students' voices aside and say, as a parent, a lifelong resident in the city of San Bernardino, a community member, I hope that the board and the cabinet have the same energy that they had to celebrate all of the amazing things that are going on in our district and all of the amazing things that our students are doing. Have that same level of energy and intention to address the issues that these students have. I want to say more, but I'm not, because our purpose tonight is to center the voice of the students at Indian Springs who have been expressing their concerns and will continue to express and lift their concerns. And I implore you all that if you did not capture everything that was said by these students, that you go back and rewatch as they rewatch their public comments and listen to what they are saying. They're asking for partnership, accountability, inclusion, and so on and so forth. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And looks like we have a few questions here from our board. Ms. Ceballos?
Well, more than a question. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you so much for continuing to come. I know that you were here last board meeting and you're here again tonight, and there's more of you. And I encourage you to continue to come as things move forward or not in a resolution, and making sure that that gets resolved. I more than anything did not capture some of the things that were said. I will go back and rewatch, but I did also want to give you my card, because I saw that you had it written down somewhere. If you could just forward me an email, I would really appreciate that as well. That way I can have it visually and be able to, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Oh, same thing. And I'm also, but I know, Devonna, you have I don't know if you have my number, but here's my card. So the reality is, and I'm glad you came forward, and I think as for accountability purposes, we need to also make sure that we're hearing things. because from my understanding that it was, there was things that were moving in the right direction and making sure that we were addressing and holding systems accountable within Indian Springs High School. It seems like maybe it is, maybe it's not. I also want to try to ask, is COPE fully involved in this, so that way we can also make sure that your voice is also included with the student's voice, to make sure that they can, because I know that when I worked with COPE, we want to always make sure that the asks are being met. And
so I know COPE was invited to be a part of the conversation and process early on, at some point uninvited. And so again, our role is to support the voice. So once you tell us something and we know a thing is going on, it would be unethical of us, and it spiritually would not sit well with COPE, who is, again, congregations organized for prophetic engagement, to not honor the voices of these students who are not asking for unrealistic things. They're saying we need change. We want to be a part of the process. Things have not gotten better. And they're not expecting, they also understand, based off of the conversations we've had with the students, that they understand all things are not going to change tomorrow. But they want transparency. And you can ask any of the students to relist some of their concerns now instead of even waiting to hear it again if you feel the need to. But I also, and we are as COPE, encouraged, because this is our future. We are encouraged by these students' boldness and courage to address issues that they know and feel are not right. And they are asking to be a part of the process for change. And I even said the day that I found, was the afternoon of the incident, this is not an Indian Springs issue in isolation. This is an issue across the district. And I am extremely troubled and bothered as a mother, as is this mother, as are the other parents who also have students who are involved. So remember, although we see a few, there are many who are concerned and troubled. And you will not hear from everybody, but you see courageous ones coming before you, and we'll keep coming. So COPE is here to center the voices of the students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Husky?
Thank you all for coming again tonight and speaking your truth. John, I have a question. I understand that there has been or is going to be some restorative conferences and some meetings that are going. Are you part of that process?
Yes, I am. But like I said in my statement, it's like we had a list of things that we came up with together, students and admin, things that we thought were solutions, and that kind of just completely got diminished. And like I said in my statement, it's what the admin wants, not what the students are saying we need.
Are they in the process, or is it been completed, or do you know, are you guys meeting again?
It's still going on, but it's not effective. It's not what we need. It's pointless. Like I said, we're being taken out of class, and it's disrupting our education rather than being a solution.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then, Christian, you had mentioned that you've been suspended and wanted to challenge the suspension. I don't know, but there on the back of the suspension, there's processes for challenging or a suspension, and the department is Positive Youth Development. So the number should be on there. If not, you have my card, okay. But you should be able to reach out there so that you can go to the process. There is an actual process that we're, a due process for that.
So I can challenge the suspension?
Yeah, okay. You would just, if you look at the back of your suspension, it's in that Know Your Rights on the back of the suspension. It's on there. So if you go through that, that'll help you do that. And if you get stuck, holler and I can point you in the right direction.
Okay, thank you.
I can't guarantee anything will happen, but that's the process to try to make
So I have a question. With him being a senior, I know a part of his concern is prom, which is why they were adamant to come during spring break to not let too much more time be wasted. So the challenging the suspension is one thing. There's also prom and walking across and being able to participate in his graduation ceremony. So
I could, Miss Chahusky, just seniors that your senior activities won't be affected by that. So we'll talk about that, give the board an update later on. But as a senior, you'll be able to walk and things like that. So we'll make sure that we clarify that. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
You heard it here first, and we heard it too. And Gianna, just hopefully, I know you guys are having a meeting next week. I hope you'll bring your concerns to the folks that are doing that. And give the process a chance. And then if that doesn't, then I know you'll be back and let us know. But I know that my understanding is there's a meeting next week, and I hope that you'll go and, you know, I'm betting everybody is watching tonight, so they're probably hearing this as well, so that we can try to make that process work.
I know of that meeting, but I wasn't personally invited to that meeting. Since I've been doing this and kind of being a little bit louder, they haven't been including me in any of the process. So I don't know what's going on with that meeting.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
we can check into that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Husky. Vice President Tillman.
And Ms. Robertson, I know you have my number, but either I can give out a card, but everybody has my number. I'd be willing to meet with the group and not during your class period. I know you don't want to get pulled out of class. So you guys tell me what time and day, and then we'll meet and have a discussion. And I don't do it a whole lot. And usually, you know, I want to make sure that the district and administrators, that's their job to do it, and the board usually doesn't get involved. But you've been here a lot of times, so I don't have a problem meeting, okay? So you guys set it up. My cell phone number's on that card, and we'll meet. Thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you for being here this evening. All right, our next public comment and speaker is Mr. Navarro. Welcome, Mr. Navarro. And as he's approaching, colleagues, I will remind you, we are not to be engaging in dialogue, asking clarifying questions, please. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Oh.
Yes, sir. Welcome.
Yeah. Good evening, Board President, board members. My name is Gil Navarro. I'm referred to locally as an education advocate. Federal regulations identify me as a non-attorney representative. And I just want to say, wow, on those three schools presentation. My God, the electricity that it created in this room is fantastic. You know, in the Navy, I had to take an electricity class, and I felt it here tonight. It was fantastic. And along the line of the positive comments, I want to thank Dr. Rodriguez and Anna Applegate for assisting a lot of concerns I had with student issues in the school district. They both had identified over their terms of having special ed. Dr. Rubio, who's been very helpful in clearing up issues with students in your district. And I really appreciate that. And also, I want to thank Dr. Rodriguez for facilitating a tour on the Wellness Center at Sierra High School that I requested, but unfortunately I wasn't able to attend because I had an IEP meeting at Samuel High School that I had to, that was committed to. But I did have my fellow colleague, Beatrice Jules, who's a fellow mental health commissioner, attend. And then I even got Rialto Unified interested, and they sent two of their school district representatives on the tour. So thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. And in saying that, I was appointed to the Mental Health Commission by the Board of Supervisors. As a fellow commissioner, I want to tell you there's a lot of free resources in the Department of Mental Health for school districts, quite a bit. And I believe we're going to be doing a PowerPoint presentation, Dr. Rodriguez, to your staff shortly, and on the wellness centers. We're trying to really promote, at least I am, to have wellness centers in every school, in every district in this county. They serve a great purpose of allowing students that are having emotional concerns, emotional issues. I don't know if you looked at the suicide rate in San Bernardino County, but it's increased 2% from last year. So it's something that we really have to take serious, that we have mental health issues that we have to address directly and effectively. But setting that aside, I did already had committed to coming tonight for one other purpose. And I had no idea about this issue at Indian Springs High School, which I'm sorry to hear. But the concern, I wanted to say I'm hoping today is the beginning of the end of the old board guard here in this district. We have 3 new board members, and I'm hoping with their support that they'll put this school district in a different direction, in a positive direction, because, you know, I'm really saddened to say that for years we have been acknowledging African American students that have the lowest academic rates in this county, and I believe in this district as well, and also EL students. Of course, that's been addressed with the complaint with the Department of Justice, and I've seen already positive changes and results for EL students through the EL department. And so I'm hoping that we can put this district in a positive direction of putting in effective support. And one of those is having an effective SST process. And I volunteered 3 years in Rialto Unified, and we created a very revolutionary, effective SST program. And I did have them send it to your board member, Myra Sabalas. And I think last Saturday at the Cesar Chavez banquet, I asked Felicia to introduce herself to the Dr. Avila, our superintendent at Rialto Unified, to have him send her the program as well. It's really a great program, and once you enter the ID number of the student, it takes off from there, and that's where we need a lot more effective early intervention, because what I've heard is that if you put the effective support early, it prevents them from becoming qualified for special ed students. So with that, I say thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Navarro. Appreciate you. Have a good evening. All right, our next public speaker and comment is Barbara Postacek. Welcome.
Good evening, President Wyatt, Vice President Danny Tillman, members of the board and cabinet. I'm Barbara Postacek, and I'm your San Bernardino Teacher Association Vice President. I'd like to thank Erin Moran, our SPTA Executive Board member, for helping me to write the following about her friend and colleague from Cajon High School. We'd like to take a moment to remember Brandy Bartley, who passed away suddenly before spring break. Miss Bartley was a valued educator in our district for many years. She was on multiple middle school campuses before she settled at Cajon High School. Ms. Bartley was an RSP teacher and department chair and worked with many students and faculty. The secondary campus setting completely suited her with her tough but fair love of students. She pushed them when they needed it and praised them when they made breakthroughs. She advocated for all students, even if they were not on her caseload. Ms. Bartley found joy in her friends, who became more like her family, and her cats, whom she adored. She will be missed for her sense of humor, her unwavering loyalty to her friends and family, her sometimes colorful quips, and her ability to be the life of the party, even if it was a Monday MOU morning. On behalf of the San Bernardino Teachers Association, we would like to recognize her for her many years of service and commitment to our students, our school district, and community. If you could please indulge me with a moment of silence in her honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Postacek. Our next public speaker and comment is Ms. Stackelhouse. Welcome.
Good evening, President Wyatt, members of the board and cabinet. My name is Samantha Stackelhouse with the California Charter Schools Association. Before I jump in, I just want to say it's so wonderful to hear that we have such amazing student representation from our schools, and I want to personally thank you for having these spaces where students feel comfortable coming to you with their concerns and their questions. Having just worked with students in college and in K-12, I can tell you that there's a big fallacy that students know nothing and that young people don't quite know what's going on. And I can assure you it's quite the opposite. They have a very good grasp on the world because they grew up with it, unlike some of us. So thank you again for having these spaces. It's really important for our community. So jumping right in, again, my name is Samantha Stackelhouse. I work for the California Charter Schools Association, and I'm your local rep for our charter schools. I also myself am a product of a local county charter school, and I have studied K-12 education policy and pandemic-related learning loss for the last 2 years. It's now my turn to advocate for students like myself in our county, and I take it as a very large responsibility. We in the charter community have had the privilege of hearing from Hardy Brown as he spoke at this year's CCSA conference about his work with historical empathy and California education. Just as a little update, we also had an amazing turnout of San Bernardino City-fied authorized charter schools at this year's conference. You all would be very proud of the San Bernardino representation we saw at our statewide conference this year. Your students, school leaders, and community members continue to advocate and show why our region is so important and valuable to its residents and children. In addition to bragging about our San Bernardino standouts, I also wanted to take this time to discuss some recent charter-related legislation I think you should all be aware of. As some of you know, there are new updates to AB 1604. AB 1604 contains troubling provisions similar to AB 2484, which could limit charter schools' access to essential facility funding. This has the potential to impact our charter schools in ways that make it even more difficult when it comes to school facilities or operations. On the brighter side, we are excited about Senator Marie Alvarado-Gil's Senate Bill 739, which is sponsored by CCSA. SB 739 will extend charter petitions and provide renewal relief for all charter schools, which is necessary as a result of the pandemic-related data gaps and the immediate need to focus on student support. On March 21st, the bill was amended to include the details of the proposal and is expected to be heard in the Senate Ed Committee in late April. For those new to the board, I highly recommend visiting our local charter schools to see the amazing programs that they offer. I might be a bit biased, but I will argue that our region's students and leaders are quite amazing, and we definitely have the best educators around. Please feel free to reach out to me at any time if you need help facilitating a school visit or event. Thank you once again for this board's continued support of your public charter schools and students. Have a good evening.
Thank you again, Ms. Stackelhouse. Good to see you. All right, our next public speaker and comment will be Ms. Mia Cooper. Welcome.
Good evening, board. Board
evening.
president, vice president, board members, and cabinet. You know, my name is Mia Cooper, but I also go by Miss Cooper. I'm coming to you tonight just to say a few things. A lot of times we hear a lot of negative that comes to the board, and we don't hear some positive. So I'm bringing positive news to you tonight. First, I would like to thank Miss Anna Applegate. She invited me one day to go and do walkthroughs in the classroom. So I was able to see the backside of the schools and all the wonderful things that the teachers are doing, the schools are doing, and the students. So that was just so wonderful. And I just think that that's an opportunity that parents really do need to see and need to see the other side. So thank you. And then today I had the pleasure to do the Wellness Center walkthrough with an invitation by Dr. Rodriguez. And it changed me on a lot of things that the school are providing. So they have, it's no reason, right, before a kid sits in the classroom, we have to take care of their wellness first, correct? Because if they're not right, how they gonna come and learn? And so these kids and these parents, what the school district is offering, they could come and get dental checkup. You have to go all around the world. I know I've been there, got to get off and hit the freeway and pick everybody up and do all that, get their shots, get a checkup, seeing community members involving with our students in school, which is really big for us. seeing Hazel Health in action today changed my whole perspective of services at school. And I was be the first one to say, oh no, they ain't going to no this. I ain't signing that paper, put that in the trash can. But today, I just had a different perspective. And that's because of the invites that Dr. Rodriguez and Ms. Anna Applegate have done. And I want to say thank you. We really do appreciate it. And a lot of times, board do not see a lot of other things that are going behind the scene, but just know that there are some wonderful things behind the scene that is going on in our district that a lot of districts do not have, and they just starting, they planning on having it, and we already there. And so just know that. And we really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Good to see you. Have a good evening. Is that it? All right. And I think that was it for in-person public comments. Ms. Cunningham, we have one virtual?
No, we do not.
Oh, we do not. Okay, very good. Well, thank you for all those that attended today for public comment. We'll move on to 4.0, closed session. 4.1, closed session public comment.
No comments.
There are no comments. Okay, then 4.2, closed session. We will now go back into closed session. Thank you. All right, folks, we'll bring back into open session. Go over a few things here. All right, folks, we'll go ahead and start with 5.2, SS-22-23-03. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves settlement agreement.
No, we're going to pull that one for next.
Oh, we are going to? Okay, my apologies.
We had no vote on that.
All right, correction, we will be pulling 5.2 from closed session, bringing it back to our next board meeting. 5.3.
President Wyatt, could you please read 5.1?
Closed session action?
Yeah, other action, yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Closed session action, 5.1. In closed session, the board voted to place certificate employee number 53175 on a compulsory unpaid leave of absence in accordance with Education Code Section 44940 and Section 44940.5, and directed district administration to provide all required notices.
Moved.
Second.
It was moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Ms. Alexander. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Okay, motion carries. Moving on to 5.2, as I had mentioned a little bit earlier, 5.2 will be pulled for our next board meeting, and we'll move on to 5.3, claim number 1978932. Be resolved, the Board of Education approves liability litigation settlement for claim number 1978932 in the amount of $90,025.
Moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Ms. Alexander. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 5.4. Sorry. Expulsion of students. The Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of the hearing panel based on a review of the panel's finding of facts and recommendations, and orders the expulsion of the following students with identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the board rules and regulations in compliance with Education Code Section 48900.
So moved.
It was moved by Ms. Zavai, second by Ms. Chahusky. Any discussion?
I second it.
It was moved by Ms. Chahusky, second by Vice President Tillman. All right. You have that corrected. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote.
Mr. Tillman?
All right, motion carries. Moving on to 5.5. The Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of facts of positive youth development and orders the suspension of expulsion of the following students' identification numbers as listed below in accordance with board rules and regulations in compliance with Education Code Section 48900.
So moved.
Second.
This is moved by Ms. Chahusky, second by Vice President Tillman. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. Motion carries. Moving on to 5.6. Board of Education accepts and adopts following students or student were recommended for suspension, but the suspension was deemed inappropriate based on due process errors, insufficient evidence, and or availability of other means of correction in compliance with Education Code Section 48900. Therefore, although they were recommended for suspension, the suspension was reversed or modified.
So moved.
Second.
It was moved by Mr. Husky, second by Vice President Tillman. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Motion carries. Moving on to 5.7. The Board of Education accepts and adopts the following students who are recommended for expulsion, but expulsion is deemed inappropriate based on due process errors, insufficient evidence, and or the availability of other means of correction in compliance with the Education Code Section 48900. Therefore, although they are recommended for expulsion, expulsion is not granted.
So moved.
It's moved by Mr. Husky, second by Vice President Tillman. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Motion carries. Moving on to 5.8. The Board of Education authorized the expulsion and or youth court modification, expunsion, or rescinding of the following students with identification number as indicated below to schools of San Jose Unified School District in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Education Code Section 48900.
Moved.
Second.
It was moved by Vice President Tillman, seconded by Mr. Husky. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Motion carries. Moving on to 6.0, public hearing. 6.1, public hearing for San Mateo Teachers Association, SBTA, Sunshine Contract Proposal, successor to San Mateo City Unified School District. Let me do a little readout here. I'll go ahead and close open session. We'll go now into public hearing. Is the intent of the SBTA Board of Directors is to reopen the entire collective bargaining agreement. In addition, they intend to begin negotiations in the following articles. Article 11, wages. Article 12, retiree health insurance. Article 14, hours of employment. Article 15, class size. Article 20, leaves. Be resolved, the Board of Education received the initial contract proposal from San Mateo Teachers Association.
Moved.
Oh, wait, was there any public comment?
There are no public comments.
All right, sorry. All right, it's been moved by Vice President Tillman.
Second.
Second by Ms. Ceballos. All right, any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries for 6.1. We'll go ahead and close public hearing. Reopen open session. Moving on to 7.0, reports by union organizations. 7.1, San Mateo Teachers Association.
No report.
No report, thank you. 7.2, California School Employees Association.
Yes, we do.
All righty, and who do we have?
Good evening, President Wyatt.
Good evening, welcome.
Tillman. Good evening, sir. Executive Board and Cabinet. My name is Miguel Hernandez. I'm the second VP of the E-Board. I want to welcome you all back from spring break. Hope you guys had an awesome spring break. I also want to say that we are so excited and looking forward to working with our new superintendent, Marcio Ariano. And lastly, I just want to thank M&O for keeping our district and our schools looking beautiful. Thank you, everyone, and have a wonderful and blessed night. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Hans. Thank you for being here this evening. You do. All right. 7.3, Communication Workers of America.
No report.
No report. Thank you. 7.4, San Mateo School Police Officers Association.
No report.
Thank you very much. Moving on to 8.0, reports and comments. 8.1, board members. And we will be starting to my right with Ms. Alexander.
Okay. Well, a couple of things I wanted to bring up. I wanted to first congratulate our administrators, our administrative staff and support staff for their Professional Development Day. Catherine was our keynote speaker, and Karen, along with all of our other superintendent staff that acknowledged the board and your organization. They all did a fabulous job. So congratulations for your inaugural event. It was amazing. And from what I understand and what I could see, it was over 200 people. So great job in getting people to come in from spring break, and your organization in terms of how you framed the day was excellent. So congratulations. Couple items. I wanted to congratulate 2 students from our school district that placed in the, I think it was the spelling bee. And it was just recently announced that, one was a Richardson Prep middle school student. I am going to do my best to pronounce his name correctly, Kabawali Masewe. And then a Del Rosa elementary 6th grader, Stephen Fletcher. Both of them placed in the spelling bee. One came in 9th place, and that was Kabawali. He came in 9th place, and then Stephen came in 10th place. So congratulations to the 2 scholars. This weekend, in addition to attending the Professional Development Day, I also had the opportunity to attend a couple other events in the community. The Cesar Chavez, along with Mary Ellen, we attended that. That was a very nice event. And then in the evening time, I attended the Socialites event, which was their 56th annual botillion. And I want to bring that up because they were able to give over $20,000 worth of scholarships out to students. And we had some students that were within our school district, but mostly in the county. And we had 2 students, one from Cajon and then one from a private school, and those were the young ladies that were participating. But it's definitely an event that has an impact on our students because the students that received the scholarships are going to college. So that money, as they turn in their grades, they will receive that, and no student walked away with less than $5,000. They're the students that won, they received $11,000 plus, but that's pretty significant and a huge impact on our community. And then I wanted to follow up on a couple of items. So a month ago, the Young Women's Empowerment came in and they discussed getting the acknowledgement that they received to work with the schools, but I'm not sure if I received an update or received an update, like have we been in communication with them? Because I know we had shared that they could submit an RFP for next year, but I think we were gonna consider maybe giving them the opportunity and the grace to consider for this year. So just hoping that we can get an update on that.
I'll provide an update. So we did talk to the organization about an RFP, but it is not an after-school program. It's actually a mentoring program that occurs during the day. So we have encouraged the schools that had originally made the request to get the program back at their campus to resubmit their proposal so that it can be up for board approval.
Oh, consideration for this year? Because there was that one young lady that wanted to.
Yes, and we will work to make sure that all the sashes that they would have, because they have continued to participate, they will have their sashes. We will pay for them to have them showcased.
Awesome. Thank you for that update.
You're welcome.
And then the other item I wanted to bring up, and it's in reference to the mass shooting that happened in Tennessee. If we just close out and just silence, just acknowledging the lives that were lost, that would be great.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Yes, and I'm glad you mentioned with regards to Nashville, Tennessee, where the 3 students who were killed as well as 3 adults. And so the reality is this is an issue that, I mean, it seems like it's happening too many times in our schools. Students don't feel safe. And so I do want to say I am extremely proud of all the youth, of all the students that, that did a walkout and went straight to their capital there in Tennessee and expressed their concern, and they're basically fed up with and wanted better gun reform. So I'm just extremely proud of the generations, Generation Z as well as Generation Alpha. They're the future, and so this is something. I'm just in awe of where our future is going to be headed with advocacy, with activism in our youth. And so as you could see here today that we had several youth that came up as well to speak their concerns. I think it's extremely important. And so definitely we want to have a moment of silence for those that passed away. But there needs to be things that are being done nationwide to address this issue, because I think we can pray to a certain extent, and it seems like it's not necessarily helping stop these terrible incidents at school sites where our students should feel safe, where our staff should feel safe. So just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Ms. Grande?
Well, I have a lot of really great stuff to say, but I'm really excited to tell you that I reach out to either Dr. Funches and Dr. Rodriguez about any concerns I have, and they almost immediately help me and help me answer questions, so I won't take up that time with you for that. There's something that I've been waiting until I'm really comfortable with sharing with you, and that is my deep concern for our students at the subacute, and also our staff and their morale at the WA building. And it's called the WA building because people actually cry and sob in there. They actually just recently, I get texts all the time because as you know, I'm a special ed teacher. There was one particular employee that had been gone for a year, and I hadn't talked to you about this, Dr. Funches, but she came back and was given a different job, and she was crying and she was sobbing because she can't do it. And then that employee disappeared. So I don't know what happened to her. I don't know if she was if she did terminate herself. I have no idea. I'm just a reporter here. The morale is low. They get this is what I've heard. We don't know anything, but they get moved around 2 or 3 times. They're not comfortable in their little cubicles. They get used to the cubicles, and then now they're somewhere else where they can't see anyone. They're closeted. The building is old. It actually has a sign somewhere posted on the building. I think they sent me the picture that it can't be promised that it's safe, something like that. And the building itself is rather drab. And so recently they had quite a lot of remodeling in the parking lot, ostensibly to make it safer for more compliant for handicapped. But what they did is instead, we don't know what the thing was, but it's designed so they actually lost a handicap space for a car, and now there's a big opening, but it's right in front of the crosswalk where children can come in, and the big trucks that come in to deliver, this is what I'm told, park there because they're only there to load and unload. So they're parking there, and so if that children were to be crossing at the same time you have a big truck, the women there are dismayed, and there's a lot of unrest, and I'm not sure, if it's something maybe Dr. Rubio or Dr. Lundy are just not aware of it or how serious it is. But it's sad because I go over to PDC and there's this beautiful building, all these wide open spaces, and then we have a building that's old and decrepit in the WA building. And I think this should be used for storage only, that building, that whole building. That needs to be something done. We have beautiful buildings coming up all over the neighborhood, and I think, what is it? Because then it's mirrored over at the subacute. And the subacute is almost about 20 children who years ago would be called vegetables, but they're not. I'm here to tell you they are not. They are students. And the sad part is that they're getting ready there. I don't know what the contract is or relationship with them, who's the boss of Applesauce. I can tell you is the teachers in there don't have a teacher room. We don't have a teacher space. There's no place to put our stuff. We have to put our stuff at the WA building and then drive over there. So I used to just pack my little car and work out of my trunk. They don't have a cell, so we only have a phone or office, so we used to have to use our cell phones, and the director didn't like that. He'd go by and say, well, it must be nice to have a job where you can be on your phone all the time. And it's not that. It's that we have no other way to get to the outside building to talk to any other teachers, or there's all kinds of things. But in order to take a call or to look at something, we have to leave the children and go outside. So there's a lot of power and control issues. We don't really know who's in charge of us. We are in charge of ourselves. And it's very, very hard when you go into a tiny room to try and teach a child something in the midst of all these machines that are noisy. So I really believe that we need some kind of modular so that children can come out of the building itself. It's like they're in prison. They have done nothing wrong, and yet they're in prison in there until they die, until they're age 22, and then when they turn age 22, they're moved across the street to the hospital. We have a student that turned 22, and he's a young boy, and now he's with all these adults. At least before there was light and bright and music, and now he's 22, and that's going to be his whole entire life. So I ask if you can come by or go by. I think this Friday from 12 to 2, we've been asked to go and visit the subacute to help pass out some gift bags for Easter. If you can pop by, or anytime, they're always welcome.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Mr. Tillman, Vice President Tillman.
Thank you very much. I just want to congratulate Matt Bradley. He was a San Bernardino High School alumni, and he played in the championship, NCAA championship, and let him know we're proud of him. And I think he went to San Bernardino High School 2 years and broke a scoring record there. It's always good to hear good things about people from San Bernardino. Thank you.
Is somebody on Connecticut as well? I thought somebody shared with me that there. I can't remember if there was, but hopefully somebody will be able to pass that on to us. So I know they were showing me on the game last night. So that one's from both of them. And I was like, oh, wow. Yeah, well done, San Diego State. Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Ms. Ceballos.
Thank you. So just a couple of things. I didn't get a chance to read the like correspondence that Karen had left us here on our work sites in regards to the Brown Act and public comment. So I wanted to make sure that I took some time today because I had asked about whether or not people were required to, or a community was required to identify themselves when making a public comment. And so I'm gonna read that now. The Ralph M. Brown Act states that members of the public cannot be required to sign in as a condition of attendance at a public meeting. However, the Brown Act does not state as to whether members of the public must be permitted to remain anonymous once they are in attendance at a meeting. And this is, I'm assuming, Ed Code 54953.3 provides that members of the public may get into meetings without providing any identifying information. There is no specific provision that would prevent a legislative body from recognizing people at its meetings once they are inside. Additionally, attendees in person at meetings are visible to the public and are appearing in a public forum where all board meetings are streamed live and recorded. For virtual comments or virtual public comments, we at the district ask that only for a name and email address in order for speakers to receive the Zoom meeting invitation. For in-person public comments, we only ask for a name in order to call speakers to the podium. We do not ask for a first and last name. We only ask for a phone number and or email address if they want staff members to get in contact with them. In both cases, whether virtual or in person, the speaker can provide any name they choose to. So essentially, what I'm hearing from this is we're not required, and anybody that wishes to make a public comment, if they come in person, we'll be able to see the person, and if somebody knows them and recognize them, then that happens. But they're not required to provide their actual name if they don't want to provide that. And the same thing goes for virtual comments as well. And actually, last board meeting, I was pleased to see that somebody had not provided their name, so they were able to share anonymously. So I just wanted to make sure that I followed up on that and shared that out. In addition, I did have a question about, so I saw that we had gone to, there were a couple conferences recently, and there's some here on the agenda. I just wanted to ask, because this had come up before, and I know that I had some people out in the community, again, ask me this time around about it, in terms of how do we go about selecting people to attend these conferences, as it seems that the same people continue to go over and over and over again, and it's the same people, and in some cases it's not parents any longer. And so if I could just get some clarification from cabinet in terms of what is our process for selecting those individuals that get to go to some of these conferences. And I would like to suggest that we choose parents first, so that we fill those seats and those vacancies with parents of our district, people that currently have children in the district, to be able to give them an opportunity to learn and expand and so forth. Also, I would like for us to consider what Mr. Chronopoulos, I think is his name, said about the student workers or student employees. I think that we should continue to look into getting more students come back. I know that we can use all the help that we can get. So really like taking a closer look into that. Also wanted to congratulate Katrin and Karen on the secretaries and admin support conference that they had. Unfortunately, I was not able to go, and I hope there's some video somewhere that I can go back and watch. So that if we do have that available, please send it my way. And then also, I just wanted to touch base as well with, I know a couple weeks back, or even a month or two ago, we had received emails regarding speech pathologists, and I just wanted to get an update. I know that they got the supplies and resources that they had, that we're asking for, but one of the things that they were also asking about was caseload sizes and caps on those caseloads. And I just want to get, maybe an update on where that's going, or if that's a conversation that's still happening, what's kind of going on around that specific topic of the conversation. And I think that's it. So I stayed within my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Mr. Husky.
Thank you. Danny, you beat me. I was going to talk about Matt Bradley as well. And there was one other Inland Empire player on there, Lamar Butler. He actually went to Riverside Poly High School, even though he's from Moreno Valley. So there was a couple of, we had good representation in the finals this year from the IE. I also wanted to congratulate you and regrets. The interesting thing that I always thought I had calendaring problems before I got on the school board, but the number of items that come to us between meetings within the district and community events and other things, sometimes it's just difficult with with jobs and everything else that we do to get everywhere. And so I try to get to as many places, and I just also wanted to give you kudos. I'm looking forward to next year, and hopefully, because I know it was first annual, so I'm assuming there's going to be a second annual, and I'm really excited for you guys for that. I also I was able to attend CABE. It's the first time I'd been to CABE in a very long time. Dr. Flores did a fabulous job with it as president and presenter, and Jan Correa as well. It was really good. I want to thank Dr. Rodriguez, Dr. Applegate, and Beatrice Gonzalez for taking me under the wing. So because I was there in a different capacity this time, and really helping me and guiding me some workshops that weren't just about my interest, but would also help my understanding of some of the things that we're doing within the district, particularly around family engagement with our parents and stuff like that. There were a number of parents there. I got to see and speak with a lot of them, so I'm excited about all the parents and staff. And I got to spend some time with our family engagement staff and some parents that just me and them, and that was really cool as well. So I'm really excited for the work that we're doing, and I look forward to seeing some of the things that they talked about coming to fruition within our district. We're finally meeting on the student school board members this week on Thursday, so we should be getting going on that, and I will have a suggestion for you all soon. Whether we actually get, I'm hoping we can maybe get a few meetings in before the end of the year, but we're really getting close. It took us a while to get going, but we'll definitely be able to hit the ground running next year, and I'm excited about that. If you are available, there is an Operation Safe Routes to School walking school bus at Newmark Elementary School on April 17th. If you haven't done one of them with us, I really encourage you to. It's an hour. It's basically from 7:30 to 8:30. 7:45, 8:45, right in that kind of time. You should have received an email with the Google form, just so that they know, so they can they can account for you in the teams. But so hopefully you can come, because it's a lot of fun. It's kind of like the Mom Mob, only with a walk with the parents and kids from different starting points. We walk them to school, And so it's a lot of fun. And then the last thing I just want to say is this is our last board meeting without our superintendent. Mauricio will be here for our next one. I'm looking forward to welcoming him. And in that vein, I just really want to thank Dr. Rodriguez, Dr. Funches, and Dr. Applegate for pitching in. I know it hasn't been easy. I know it has been a lot on top of your day jobs. But I want you to know how much I appreciate the three of you and what you've done to keep us chugging along while we went through the superintendent hiring process and then waited for him to be able to come on board. So I just wanted to give you guys my heartfelt thanks. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Ms. Chahusky, and mine is going to be very, very brief because actually everybody pretty much said it. Just again, I wanted to congratulate and thank Katrin and Karen and Nicole, and I believe it was and Norma. I believe it was all the folks that were responsible for putting that together, and it was quite an event. I was very fortunate to be able to be there and get to have to say a few words. I know Dr. Funches did as well, and Mr. Ariana, our superintendent, was also there in surprise. So great event. Just want to say thank you again to our clerical administrative support staff that, like I said earlier, they're truly the backbone of our organization, especially when it comes to our leadership. They're right there for us, keep us in check, keep us on schedule. We couldn't do it without you. So thank you again to all of you. And that is it for me. Short on board comments tonight. So we will move on now to administrator in charge.
All right, thank you. I have lots of things to say.
All right, you got my time.
All right, thank you, President Wyatt, Vice President Tillman, board members and cabinet. I do have some general updates for you this evening that highlight the amazing things that are happening across our district. As you know, our students are often on the forefront of regional competitions, and in this case, they will be competing at the national and international level. I want to thank you for your commitment and the investment that we've made in providing academic teams and supporting these types of activities for kids. In mid-May, let me move this up here. Hold on a second, I'm sorry about that. In mid-May, San Bernardino High School will send a team of students to represent the district at the 2023 International Sea Perch Challenge at the University of Maryland. Our proud Cardinals will put their underwater robot to the test against robots from all around the world in an invitation-only event open to student teams that excel in a registered regional competition and earn a slot to compete in the season's culminating event. The following students have been working with their remote control robot since March, and when they attended their first competition, we'd like to congratulate Gary Romero, who's a junior Stephen Romero, sophomore Benito Rojas Becerra, junior Jennifer Rojas Becerra, Viviana Sendri, who's a senior, and Brandon Yukute, who is a freshman. So congratulations to the Cardinals, and we hope that they bring back, some great experiences from that opportunity that they had. We extend our appreciation to students and their families, especially the coaches that have put a lot of time in to ensure that the students put their best foot forward on competition day. I'd like to personally thank the San Bernardino High School Sea Perch coaches, George Nunez, who teaches math and engineering, and John Meyer, who teaches science and physics. Thank you for your dedication to our students. Congratulations are also in order for another team of students who competed in the San Diego Underwater Robotics Sea Perch Regional Competition this weekend. Representing Marshall Elementary and bringing home third place honors were third grader Iris McKenzie and fifth grader Zoe Ramirez. These students are in the Marshall Elementary Expanded Learning Robotics program, and they were a few points shy from qualifying for the international event, but we're just extremely proud of them for their third place finish. We want to thank their coach, Jose Nieves, for dedicating so much of his time and passion to guiding these students. We also want to acknowledge our two district students who earned top spots in the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools Spelling Bee competition in March. So we want to give a shout out to 8th grader from Richardson Prep High, Gabawali Masai, and Del Rosa Elementary 6th grader Stephen Fletcher. And so we're super excited for them. Gabawali earned 9th place and Stephen earned 10th place on the March 15th competition. The Safety Office, the CHP, and County Fire have put together the Every 15 Minutes program for Indian Springs High School, and that will be taking place this Thursday at 9 a.m. This is a 2-day program for high school juniors and seniors, which challenges them to think about drinking, driving, personal safety, and the responsibility of making mature decisions and the impact their decisions have on family, friends, and community. So as a former vice principal and high school principal, I'd like to extend a sincere thank you to all who serve as co-administrators, because we don't express enough our gratitude to you. This is a thankless job sometimes, but you guys really are the backbone of our admin teams. So this week is dedicated to all of you. It's National Vice Principals Week, and it began this Monday and runs till this Friday. So we want to thank our vice principals for their hard work and dedication to our school community. We often think about their role, but you often work in the background, yet your significant contributions to student success make a major difference in students' lives. From organizing school assemblies and coordinating back to school events, handling student discipline, our vice principals rise to meet the many challenges at our schools, and they deserve our gratitude today and every day. Although it seems like we're winding down because the school year, now we're in April going into May, we still have many exciting things happening across the district. We continue with the We Built This City school construction tour, and we will be making a stop at Martin Luther King Middle School. Tomorrow on April 5th, we will be celebrating the grand opening and ribbon cutting of the school's new library and remodeled administrative building. We also look forward to seeing many of you at 10 o'clock so you can see and help us cut the ribbon and learn about all the construction projects that benefit our students and the entire community. As you know, we're very proud to have the only Latino History Bee competition in the entire United States, started at San Bernardino High School. So this year, Latino History Bee is set for Thursday, April 20th, 2023, from 5 to 8 p.m. at Indian Springs High School Performing Arts Theater. We look forward to seeing you there. It's a great event, continues to get better every single year. Today, we held our wellness walkthroughs. We're very proud of the work around wellness and serving the whole child. We invited parents and community leaders to tour our integrated wellness model of services, and we look forward to hosting more tours so that more people can learn about the great things happening at our school. And now on a personal note, Ms. Chakosky had kind of already mentioned it, but the next time we have our next board meeting, our new superintendent will be here. And so we're excited to bring Mr. Arellano back home to San Bernardino. It's an exciting time for our district, and I actually get chills to think about it. He's coming back home, and we're just looking forward to learning so many great things from him. As we look ahead, I'm grateful to this team, to this board, for entrusting me to serve as an administrator in charge, something that I've done 3 times since the beginning of the school year. I would also like to honor our AICs, Anna Applegate and Dr. Marcus Funches, for their dedication and service to this district. It has been a pleasure to co-lead the school district, where I personally have received an excellent education. It goes to show you, especially a lot of little girls out there who are in our schools, that if you dream it, you can be it. So work hard and your dream can come true. And I'd like to again thank my fellow AICs and thank the Board of Education for this opportunity to serve and to make hope happen in our district. It has been my great honor to serve in this district that serves San Bernardino and the city of Highland. And I will look forward fondly, for the good and the bad, as we served and navigated this district in this time. So thank you so much.
All righty. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Way to bring it home for us. That was excellent. Well done. And I think it was within 5 minutes, too, even better. All right. 9.1, approval of personnel report number 16, dated April 4th, 2023, which contains actions such as hiring, retirements, resignations, promotions, and terminations.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Hearing seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. There's Okay, it fell off screen. Yeah, I was like, that was quick. All right. Motion carries. 9.2, resolution of district observance of Juneteenth holiday pursuant to Education Code, Section 37220.
Moved.
Again.
As moved by Vice President Tillman, quickly seconded by Ms. Alexander. Any discussion? Hearing see none, let's go ahead and vote. Motion carries. Moving on to 9.3, appointment to California School Board Association Delegate Assembly. And I'll read this real quick. We need to do an appointment to the CSBA Delegate Assembly to finish the term of former board member Dr. Barbara Flores. Her term will end on March 31st, 2024. Excuse me. The Delegate Assembly provides a vital link in CSBA's governance structure, provide policy direction, and ensuring CSBA reflects the interests of school districts. So first I would ask, are there any folks interested in volunteering for the Delegate Assembly? And I do see Ms. Chahusky's light on, so I will start with her.
I'm interested in it.
You're interested?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ceballos?
I just had a clarifying question. I thought we had reviewed this in December. Is it, or maybe I'm confused.
That was for you for Dr. Rogers.
Okay, so that was my question. Is there 2 openings for?
There are 2 appointments, and then there was one person nominated actually outside of this board and elected, which was me.
Okay.
So we normally have 2 appointees, and other people actually could nominate folks that are on this board. I think I was nominated from a different school board to be on the Delegate Assembly, and then I was voted upon when the vote came out to everyone.
Because I thought I had shown interest in December, and for some reason I thought that had been, that I was on for some reason from December.
Vote interests were selected, and you're at the last meeting with me. That's it. Is that what you're asking?
Delegate.
No, this is also part of Delegate Assembly is also the San Diego County School Board Association as well. Sorry, probably should explain that too. They kind of go hand in hand.
Okay, that's fine.
So you are yes last time. You were part of the Delegate Assembly, and you're also, as part of that, is San Diego County School Board Association.
She's already on.
That's the executive committee, let me add, because there is the general membership meeting, like I think we all go to between Riverside and San Diego County. But if you're a delegate, then you're part of the executive committee, if that makes sense. All right, and then I think Ms. Marion was next. Ms. Marion has also shown interest. Thank you, Ms. Marion. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Oh, just to clarify, we already have, Ms. Ceballos is one of the delegates.
Correct.
Okay, so we just need one more.
Right. This is actually, they brought it to our attention, I believe, that Dr. Flores was an appointee from our board, because we get 2 positions because of the size of our district to be on the Delegate Assembly. So since she's no longer on the board, we need to replace Dr. Flores.
Okay.
So I did have 2 folks show interest in it, and we can only select one, let me say that. So maybe if each one of you wants to talk a little bit about it, and then maybe the board wants to interject, and then we could go from there. Ms. Chahusky, you went first, so I'll let you go first.
I'm interested in being part of the Delegate Assembly. It's part of my experience and my background is in, the membership services and being able to represent those that I am elected or appointed by. And I think that being part of the CSBA Delegate Assembly is a kind of a natural progression or professional development piece for me. Having served as a delegate for SBTA, a delegate for CTA, a delegate for the Democratic Party, I've done this kind of thing a lot, and I'm looking forward to expanding my knowledge and my ability to represent San Bernardino and our board on the statewide level. I have legislative experience. I have, in terms of advocacy, and like I said, being able to advocate for us is something that is, just kind of in my blood, and that I would really appreciate the opportunity to do.
Thank you, Ms. Chahusky. Ms. Grande?
I too have some background there with the SPTA and the CTA. I have served as a teacher delegate over the years at the NEA. I have been a site rep alternate I do have a love of politics. It's gone back since the 90s when I served as student body president at Crafton Hills and at Cal State San Bernardino. I had been scheduled to be a field representative for Congressman George Brown the year that he passed away. And so my career in politics took a little sharp dive into becoming a teacher, which I went into to develop an area of depth and breadth of understanding of education. So I honor Mickey and all her work, and I also honor my own. So I feel strongly that I believe that my insights and my experiences have also prepared me for this position. So it's up to you.
Thank you both. I will say this, I think you're both very highly qualified, and just one, I appreciate the interest in it. Let me give a little more discussion and description about it. I believe, it seems like we meet about once a month for the executive committee, and then we have, I believe, 2 annual meetings for the general membership. We go to Sacramento, I believe it's once a year, and then we have a delegate assembly week too. So I just wanted to put that in there. One thing I would say is, you know, being a member of it now for a couple of years, 2 terms, we expect folks to be there because there have been folks that have been on there and not attend. And actually that starts to develop a reputation for us. And so if you're gonna sign up, I ask please to attend all meetings. If not, then to let us know so we can excuse you, because it is San Bernardino City we represent, our community, our city, and then of course all of our students, and then everybody throughout the state. All right, Abigail. Mr. Zalesmedina.
Oh, I'll go ahead and move for Chahusky to serve as a delegate.
I'll second it.
All right, it's been moved by Ms. Rosales Medina, second by Mr. Tillman. So now we would do a vote or discussion. Any further discussion first? Let me ask that.
Just for a point of clarification, so we can't have an alternate delegate?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, it hasn't been, I don't think we can. I haven't been told that. I mean, we have 3. The time that I've been on there, I haven't heard of an alternate. Either you show up or you don't show up, and I don't think I've seen people send a designee. Now, I can ask. I won't say that's for sure because I'm not 100% sure, but I'd be more than happy to ask that.
If you could, that'd be great.
Okay.
And could we say, and we can have the discussion, I know it's a motion, but could we say that this term is until when?
24.
It would be till next year, 2024.
How long
March
does the
31st.
term normally last?
2 years.
So could we say who took this one would give it up next year?
Well, I think you know, number one, even if you were on it, you would still have to be appointed by us. Let me say that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way of guaranteeing that, right?
Right. I mean, we could have a discussion here and say that'd be the case, but you know, next year comes around, I say, oh, I want to stick around, Vice President Tillman. I like it now.
No, you're right.
I like it.
All right,
So
there's a motion. Thank you.
any other discussion? All right, I would say, do we need to vote, Karen, on electronically or verbally? How do we do that? Okay. I believe you can vote for yourself. I don't see why not. Yeah, I mean, you could vote for yourself.
But I will vote no for Mickey right now, right?
No, Mickey is not being voted for. It is you being voted for, yay or nay.
It's for Mickey.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I hear that wrong?
Abigail made the motion for Mickey.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I don't know why I didn't hear that. Okay, so the motion, the second on the floor is a nomination for Ms. Chahusky to be appointed to the Delegate Assembly, correct? Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. So you may vote either yay or nay, and if we have a majority consensus, which would be 4, then we'll have a decision or not. All right, motion carries. It looks like, I believe 1, 2, 3. Yep, we have the votes for it. So, Ms. Chahusky, congratulations, and thank you for wanting to be on the Delegate Assembly. We look forward to you being there. I look forward to you being there. Mr. Biles does, and Ms. Grande, thank you for also showing your interest. Trust me, there will be many opportunities in the near future to join. 'Cause I think Ms. Ceballos' ends. Is yours in? I'm not even sure when yours in. Is it 2024 as well? So we'll have 2 seats available or open for next year, and then I'm not even sure when mine ends, to be honest.
But see, even
I can tell you.
Thanks, Karen.
Yours ends in 2024 along with Mickey's now, and mine
wow.
goes till 2025.
Oh, well, I guess mine ends before Ms. Ceballos. So there you go. And just for the record, mine would not be an appointed position from this board. So if we wanted to not, bless you, God bless you, I should have told me. If we wanted to nominate somebody from this board at that time, we could, and we carry actually quite a few votes because we have up to 7 votes on this board, because it does go out to the other districts, just so you know. For those nominated positions outside of our appointee position, it is voted on by the other districts, just so you're aware of that. But
just to note that there has been board members in the past. I know Margaret Hill as well as Gwen has served more than just 1 term. So they've been serving for multiple years. Yeah, so just to note that there has been board members serving more than just 2 years.
And I think I'm in my second right now. Second? I'm not sure. Is it my second? All right, so 2nd term, yeah. So you can serve multiple terms. In some districts, nobody wants to do it, and you see one person there forever. In other districts, people are like, no, I don't want to do it, or, you know, and it's hard to find somebody. So, but in this case, we have a lot of involved board members, so we're very fortunate to have that. All right, thank you. We will move on to 10.0, consent items. 10.1, approval of consent items.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Or items to be pulled? All right, for me, I will be, I won't pull it, but I will be abstaining on 10.34 since it is a contract with San Diego County Superintendent of Schools. There is no cost affiliated with it, so I won't recuse, but I will abstain. All right, let's go ahead and.
So are you pulling it?
Well, I don't need to pull it in, right?
If you're going to abstain, unless you're going to abstain from everything, the only way to abstain from one item is to pull it.
Okay, so we will pull 10.34 then. I was right to start with, right? Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and vote as the consent item agenda has been amended, with 10.34 being pulled. We'll run that one, right? Yes. Vice President Tillman? All righty, sir. We'll go ahead. 10.34, sir. Oh, once it's. All right, motion carries.
10.34, which is ratification of renewal agreement with San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools, no cost to the district. Entertain a motion, please.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Please vote.
I did.
Okay, motion carries. We'll move on now to 11.0, review board requests. 11.1, staff will review items, updates as requested. And who is doing that this week? Oh, Miss Katrin. I thought maybe it would have been Miss Badir, but she's gone now. She's not here for the whole meeting? All right, well, Miss Katrin, thank you. Go right ahead.
Good evening. For today, we have 5 requests. The first one is from Ms. Alexander. Ms. Alexander requested an update on the Young Women's Empowerment Contract RFP, and Dr. Rodriguez provided a response this evening. Ms. Abiles Grande requested or shared a concern that she has at subacute that teachers have no space to place their belongings. And then Ms. Abiles Grande also shared a concern about the staff morale and unrest at the WA building. Ms. Ceballos is asking what is the process for selecting individuals to go to conferences. She is requesting that we send parents with students who attend SBC USD first. And Ms. Ceballos is requesting an update on the caseload of speech pathologists. That's it.
Not only an update on the caseload, but also like on an update on what those conversations, where we are with that. Thanks.
Move to adjourn.
Moved.
All right,
Second.
folks, thank you very much, Ms. Katrin. We are going to move to adjourn, but we're also going to have a moment of silence that was asked for. Ms. Rosales Medina, sorry. Yeah, we were going to close in regards to the very unfortunate shooting that happened in Nashville, Tennessee at the Covenant School. So I'll ask for a moment of silence and then we will adjourn. All right, thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.